Ambassador Volshin Yilgar at your service. His Majesty names you our Imperial Envoy, an extension of the throne's authority. You've seen how wild the Living Lands has become, both in nature and in politics. The source of the Blight eludes us still. Just be careful. The Empire doesn't have many friends on these shores. And the Emperor would never forgive me if anything happened to you. But let's not dwell on unpleasant matters. The Living Lands is fractured. Sometimes I think the island has a mind of its own. There is no easy path from here, for you or any of us. So you will decide. The choice is yours, as will be the consequences. History waits for you, Envoy. Go meet it.
Well. Hello, Joss. Didn't mean to rush. I'm telling you, nothing irritates a streamer more than knowing that there are people that eagerly want to see a stream start. Super annoying, right? Ava 23. How we doing? Oh, Brad. Brad, are you happy to see Avowed? Your old age. Did you age 20 years? Wait, what was it? Oh, Joss' old age. Sorry. You know, didn't read all the comments again. Typical. You're happy to see Avowed. Well, I'm glad. My default expectation is I'm ready to defend again and be like, well, Brad, come on. You like Bethesda games. Basically, it's Obsidian. They're basically like Bethesda adjacent, So, yeah, this is a game I had my eye on for a while. And when I found out it was on Game Pass, I subbed to Game Pass for the first time in, it's probably been a couple years. I was like, nope. I was tired of forcing myself to try to play Metaphor. I just need to take a break from that. And I got excited about this. One of my friends is playing this, and he was into it, and I was getting kind of excited. So, subbed up, and this is all I've been playing this week. It would have been true years ago. Well, let's just say that is it the Bethesda themselves that you don't like? Or their games? Because in the past, you expressed some affection for Skyrim and earlier games in particular. So, and this is not Bethesda, but they did, you may not know, but Obsidian Studios, who made this, they're the ones that made Fallout New Vegas. So after Bethesda made Fallout 3, they basically outsourced Fallout New Vegas to Obsidian. And Obsidian also did Outer Worlds, which is very much feels like a Fallout-esque game, but more sci-fi. So that's not all they make, but they have a history of of making games that are in parallel to the kind of games that people that like Bethesda like. Okay, hold on. Joss, you turned 30? Yeah, it's old, man. I'm taking some days off next month. Well, sadly, my coach didn't schedule me that Monday and Thursday, and I freaked out, so he asked me to be put back on. Oh my god, hold on. I'm on the edge of my seat. Okay, wait, there's another comment from Evie coming in. Well, should be back on the schedule, thankfully, and I don't have to worry about losing any pay. I'm so happy. Oh my god, that was a close call, Evie23. some of these scheduling adventures that you have are quite harrowing, but they seem to always work out so far in the end. Although, as we've discussed, every time they're going down to the basement, the big black book is changing this, the stuff. Oh my God, Alali, you saw a lizard yourself? With your own eyes? I don't think we've ever heard something so mind-blowing ever. I mean, I can't even process it. Are you sure it wasn't a sibling that saw it and just told you about it? A friend's sibling? You saw it. I think you're lying. I'm sorry, Alali. I've known you for a long time, and I've always had a lot of respect for you, but right now I just simply don't believe you. I don't even think that's possible. Yeah, Joss, you've put 40 hours into Skyrim in the last 2 weeks. You can't talk about Bethesda. Yeah, Brad is scared to see what becomes of Elder Scrolls 6. Wait, what is that? Hold on. What is that sound? Oh, it's outside. Someone's like running a car out in the... I don't know if they're working on their car outside, but I thought it was an audio sound coming through on my headphones. I was like, what is that coming from? So, I'll admit Bethesda has had some missteps. I think Fallout 76 was a misstep. I think, Fallout 4 got a lot of crap when it came out, but it was sort of like every Bethesda game before it, or it was a little bit buggy. I thought Fallout 4 was actually a pretty good game. And in the face of overwhelming negative scores and reactions to Starfield, I maintain that Starfield is a good game. I think Starfield is a failure, but I think I feel like it's more a victim of internet culture, and people just having, I don't know, we have a very, I don't know if I want to use the word cancerous, but there's a very, I don't know, acidic culture surrounding games. Pirate Software. And there's Avowed right there. Edible homegrown mushrooms. All right, that's. I should close Discord. I'm looking at enough right now. But Alali just posted something on Discord. Okay, wait now. But then I looked in the chat. She specifically said, "Look in Discord." Whew. Okay. Because I'm looking at it, but it's like, you know how my brain is. It's a lot of information just popped up on my Discord. All right. Lawyer, did you see this? No, first the answer is no. But now I'm looking at it. It says Pirate Software and X. This is actually really cool and interesting marketing, honestly. Edible homegrown mushrooms that fit the narrative of the story is really interesting way to do this. And then it's Avowed with mushrooms on the box. I feel like the old guy that just lost the... I was like, what? Are they... What? Is there a version of Avowed that comes with mushrooms stuck to the box that you eat? I'm gonna have to investigate this further another time, because I don't think I'm getting it. I feel like I'm losing my mind right now looking at this. The mushroom will find you. Oh no. No, I definitely hadn't seen that story. You could buy the mushroom growing kit that Avowed is selling. Oh my. Alright. Oh my, you know what? I'm gonna actually turn my fan on. This is the first time since October that I'm actually a little warm. It got a little warm today. Well, by warm, I mean it got over 60 degrees and the sun hit the building. And the greenhouse effect occurred. Not the greenhouse effect that happens in the overall atmosphere. The one that happens on my apartment when the sun hits it. So, and I think I might need to make an announcement though right now about something very important. As you know, Jay Maxey has been the #1 fan for quite a while, but he's missed a couple streams now. And I can't let anyone rest on their laurels. There needs to be dedication and enthusiasm, ongoing. So hold on, let me get here.
Order in the court. Look! Talons of justice!
So I hereby announce Joss Sadai as the new #1 fan of the Gaming Lawyer channel for his enthusiastic communications and furtherance of a hasty stream start. If that makes sense. All right. Congratulations, Joss. #1 fan of the Gaming Lawyer channel, officially. All right. So maybe Maxie can make a comeback. What do you mean rude, Evie? It's clearly. Joss a busy guy. All right. And I know the first time he showed up at the beginning of the stream. And wow, you came on like a beginning when I streamed on a Saturday once, but a Thursday night stream. I think he earned it, and may he long keep the throne and title of the #1 fan of the Gaming Lawyer channel. All right. No, Joss, this is actually just me messing with EV23. Oh no, there's Maxie. Oh no, we could have to Maxie. Well, now we got a toss up because Maxie showed up. I have a strong deference to Maxie. What are we gonna do now? I don't know. I even have the court scene up and everything. Well, shit, Maxie, what you put me in this position for, man? All right, we'll come back here. We're gonna have to appeal it. I'm gonna have to take it before the council, because I don't make these decisions myself. There's the council all my channel decisions run through the council. I'm not allowed to really talk about the council. It's sort of how all the content creators on the internet we're part of a shadow cabal. Yeah, oh wait, no, I'm not supposed to talk about that. I'm getting a text right now. I'm not supposed to talk about the shadow cabal. Oh shit. Now forget what I was talking about a minute ago. Just forget about that shit. All right. Congratulations, Joss. And hey, Maxie, maybe someday you'll claw your way back to the top. The rock, paper, scissors challenge? All right. So, yeah. I started playing Avowed this week. I think it coincided with me getting a little bit tired of watching all, the political commentary things that I've been watching. And I was like, okay, I think I can go back to playing something with a story. But I don't really feel like playing Metaphor. There's so much stuff on Game Pass that I want to play, though. They're all big games, so I don't know when I'll get around to it. Let me see, what was made my little list. There's but I already downloaded the Indiana Jones game. That's on Game Pass. And I'm interested in Stalker 2, and I thought about trying that out, but I think I need to wait for that thing to get fixed. If I really want to play Stalker, I've never beaten the first game, so I'm probably going to go back and play a modded version of the first one. But I really love to play Stalker 2 once they fixed it. But yeah, Game Pass has Star Trucker. That's one that's been on my wish list. I've been eyeballing for a while. Not dying to play, but kind of curious to play it. Frostpunk 2. I don't know. The other ones are, I don't know if everyone's heard of them. Dungeons of Hinterberg, Still Waits the Deep, It's like a horror game on a oil rig. Humanity, Another Crab's Treasure, Rogue Trader, and Harold Halibut. Yeah, so I have this list. Star Trekker is sort of like American Truck Simulator, except in space. Has anyone tried Star Trekker? I just throw up a trailer for it for anyone that hasn't is not familiar with it. It came out probably about 6 months ago. I think it's still technically in early access. But it looks like it could be kind of fun. That's the thing, they say it's a little gameplay wise, it's a little bit like bare bones. Like it's fun, but there's not a lot. I mean, if you play American Truck Simulator, the advantage is you have like thousands upon thousands of miles of road running through, recreations of the United States. Hi, Moo. Oh my gosh, what are you doing, Goo? You can't trade this in with me yet. We have this evening ritual where I give her her bully stick, and then she chews about half of it, and then she brings it back to me. And then I hold it while she chews the rest of it down. And then, when she's done, she brings it back to me again, drops it, and then I give her 2 of her relaxation chews and a dentist sticks, which she thinks is a treat, but it's just supposed to make her mouth less nasty. Here you go. Here, finish your bully stick, and then I'll give you... Well, we can do our trade after you finish, okay? Because I can't hold your bully stick for you right now. My hands are doing other things. Oh, Anya's having her first period. We got Millie fixed when she was, 6 weeks? It was whenever... There's 2 sort of times when they recommend maybe doing it, and one is like early on, and then one is like between their first and second menstruation cycle. So, and there are arguments to go both ways, but we went the early way. And Mike EL the gamer, they finally finished Route 66. Yeah, there's going to be a point at which I'm going to have to... It's been several years since I played American Truck Simulator, but at some point I'm going to need to go back into it and play it again. Let me see. I'm trying to look up Star Trekker trailer. Her belief is that she shouldn't get fixed before her first period. Okay. And there definitely, I think there's pros and cons for both. So it's really just a matter of, sort of, you make, Oh, hold on. I didn't say play yet. Here, we're going to go here. Star Trekker.
Rated teen.
This is Gold Rock Radio. 'Cause we're flying tonight.
This is Dusty showing up. You know me. Always got time to help a newcomer.
'Cause we're flying tonight. We're flying tonight.
Gate is active and you're clear to roll. Good luck out there.
Easy there, mate.
Great job. Maybe you ought to take a break from hauling and give your rig some love.
You seem a little lost, friend. You're making one hell of a detour. This is an automated checkpoint inspection.
This is a storm update. Park City's experiencing high levels of electrical activity.
Temperature's getting real uncomfortable. Just pick up your pace.
Safe travel.
So yeah, that's Star Trekker. And it's a game that looks interesting enough that I put it on my wish list. But and pretty much, I think its regular price is under $20. So it's not super, maybe 25, I'm not sure. I've seen it, like right now I think it's on sale for 16. But I just haven't been moved to try it. But if I just have access to it with Game Pass, I might, might just try it out for a little while. at some point. There's no need for Star Trucker when you've got American trucks. Well, I think they fill different needs, Brad. I don't think you can compare the two. Well, I don't think a space truck will scratch the itch for an American truck or vice versa. You know. Who needs space when you have America? Yeah, that's right. You cannot compare the two things, Brad. That's absurd. How dare you? Don't make me get Mr. Spock out here. We don't want to consult the council. Make a special ruling on this. I might put a unilateral contract on you. Soon America will be space, just like the internet. And the internet is America. There we go. It could be. Or, you know, we could just rename the cosmos America. I hear it's really easy to do that. You just like put it on a piece of paper and then it's like shabam. You'd be like, hey, we're going to do an outer space. It's not space anymore. It's America. Dude, how would that change what NASA stands for? NASA? I don't know. I have to think about it. Hello, Overlord McGeek. Hi. So yeah, Avowed. Alright. So hopefully there aren't too many people that are devastated that I'm not playing Valheim this week. No, I didn't say EASA. Oh, I gotta say. Well, I don't know. I'll probably end up streaming my regular amount. Oh, hey, Millie, what are you doing, Goo? Alright. Alright. She's being pretty insistent. I think I need to do the trade. This is the second time she's brought me her bully stick. Yeah, do you need me? Well, you're not done with it, though. There's still a lot of bully stick left. Where'd it go? Could I compel you? Could I compel you to chew? Here, I'll hold it for you. You want to chew a little more? She's not going for it. She's like, no, it's time for the trade. This bully, there's still like a third of a bully stick left here. There you go. Oh god, dude, we have such a weird arrangement. Then she ran to the other side, jumped up on my bed, and I held the bully stick up to her on the bed, and now she's chewing it. I don't have any cameras plugged in right now, so I can't show you. But yeah, she's and the thing is I gotta stretch my arm out long enough to hold the bully stick and still be close enough to the microphone. So this is really, she's really making me work for this bully stick situation. It's been too long. It's been so long since I taught you anything about the law. Ah. It has been a while. But, I mean, I'll be honest. I kind of wish I was working retail. If I could forget all this law stuff and just go back to that little grocery store, it's closed now. But every retail place I worked is closed. I have video store experience. That's not going to help me get anything. I'd be like, I know how to rewind when the video cassette tapes get the fuzz. I know how to open them up and like line the tape back up so that they work good again. Oh my goodness. You wish you work in a bodega with a bodega cat? Hey, I know I'm like 4, 5, 6 years late to this party, but I just saw a video about, what's it called? 966? It's in China where you work 9 hours a day, 6 days a week. Is that what it is? It's like the big pressure when you work at China in China, professional, to work all these crazy hours. They do that shit to you, Brad? You work is it 966? Is that what it's called? Or am I doing it wrong? Because I was like, I think they work more than 9 hours though. Or they come in, oh, they work 996. 996. From 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. Although Brad probably can't talk about it because then the China will come after him. They're like, we're not supposed to talk to Americans about the 996. But mostly a tech company thing. Yeah, it did seem like that was the case, but it didn't like the examples I saw. But I wasn't sure. They made it sound like it was almost like at professional level, just a pressure. But I didn't realize it was focused on the tech industry. Well, that's good. You don't have to deal with that shit. Yeah, my job's been turning it up lately. And it's still, I can't complain, but there's just been a lot going on. And I've had to get up like 90 minutes early. Little things that just like, I'm just rolling with it. But like, we hired all these new people and then we're going to be training them on their first task. So we've been prepping for that all week. But then they've been onboarding and their supervisor keeps scheduling these onboarding meetings that start an hour before I'm supposed to be even at work. So, you know. So then I've been showing up to work like an hour and a half early so I can be there before the meeting because I participate a little bit in these meetings. Tomorrow we're going to have me and my co-person that I came over with. We're going to be like co-training or co-hosting a training session explaining how to do their first assignment or their first task. So, oh my gosh, Moo, good job. Okay, you want more of this? She's really getting through that bully stick. All right, she's still gonna eat some more of it. I can complain, work fucking sucks ass. Well, the reason I try not to complain so much is I like to keep things in perspective. So, and honestly, it's like eventually part of it is just, you know, I'm still learning this job and it's complicated and it's hard to figure it out. And now they're telling us how to train other people how to do shit. And I'm like, I don't even know how to do half this shit. So anyways, but you know, the whole working from home thing is pretty sweet. That was like all my life. I would have been like, oh my God, someday I'm going to be able to work like an office job from my house from an employer full time, not like some weird like scam gig, but like a real job. And yeah, that's pretty sweet. And the fact that they don't, you know, they don't make us or often even let us work overtime. I like that. So the fact that it's like, oh, I've been here 8 hours. Like when I come in an hour and a half early to catch these meetings, I'm also leaving an hour and a half early. It's like usually I work till 5:30, like the last couple of days. When the clock hits 4, I'm like, all right, I'm out. I worked my 8. Bye. That sounds like death. Well, and in some ways it's interesting. I mean, we're working. It might be the biggest class action lawsuit in the history like ever. So it's like, it's kind of, in some ways it's kind of exciting what we're in the middle of. But yeah, it's also the most complicated thing I've ever worked on. Okay, you have chewed this thing down to a nub. You have earned your exchange. So I'm gonna go get you. I've got to go. She's fulfilled her end of the bargain of the nightly bully stick ritual. So I'm gonna throw up the break screen for a minute. I'm going to exchange her bully stick for her 2 relaxation shoes, which she just thinks are little mouth treats, but supposedly they calm her down. And her dental mouth chew. So, hey, hang tight. Keep each other. Oh, we're doing the Camp Pendleton water lawsuit. No. Is that a big one? That also might be a mass tort too. If it's about people getting injured from it. But I'm like, I don't think I can talk about what I'm working on. I don't always know where the lines are blurred. But I think I might not be allowed to say specifically what I'm working on. But it's different now a little bit because before in remediation we were working for a private client. It was like the defendant who's being forced to pay the injured parties. We were actually the client of that defendant that they retained us to administer that process for them with the approval of the courts or the government regulators. But now our client is actually the court. So it's possible they may be a little less proprietary about like, oh, no one can know. But still, it's like there's probably all sorts of ethical reasons why I shouldn't, talk about. It's like sometimes I'm really like, oh man, I wish I could tell you guys the shit I'm working on in more detail, but I can't. And that's that is kind of a sign that in some ways I do find my job interesting. It's just the day-to-day could be a little harrowing, but all right. I'll be back in a sec after I do the bully stick exchange with my dog. Let me see, here we go. So break time. All right, trade complete. You're Overlord McGeek. You can't wait until you're 30 cents in the mail. Nah, this is usually if it's the kind of lawsuit that my teams get involved with, the numbers are bigger than that. And this is certainly the case here. Nobody that's getting something is only going to get. Well, I guess it's technically possible that someone could get that much. But no, I don't. It would be extremely unlikely. But it's sort of hard to say how much people will get because it's based on how much they were injured, but also in a class action, there's only a certain pool of money that's designated. So let's say the court finds in favor of the plaintiffs for like awarding $250 million. And then they send out millions of, claim forms or whatever. There's millions of potential people that could join in. How much you get depends on how many other people also join in. So it's a weird calculus. But I know looking at the numbers of what we're dealing with and like the size of the damages and that sort of thing, that it's like we're talking about more than 30 cents for sure. Work more than 60 hours a week. Oh, you give people as much overtime as they want within the confines of the law. I think it's and I think it's just the stage of my life that I'm in. because there are people that go salary and they end up having to work 50 or 60 hours a week and they don't get paid more for it. That's the thing is like, but that's why they don't, I'm hourly. So they're like, oh, if we go over 40, it costs a lot. There are certain times when they're just, it's like things are going on and they need people to be, you know, or they want to encourage people who are able to put in extra time. They'll pay for it because this shit's got to get done. But most of the time, you know, that's not the case. And also, it's never, I've only on a couple occasions have I actually felt forced to work overtime. And that's typically when I have assumed a very specific responsibility to have a thing done by a certain time. And things go rough. And so I have to actually, I've worked overtime a couple times just to meet my commitments. But that's pretty rare. I mean, with our job, it would be good if we could work overtime if we wanted to. But I almost look at it as a benefit for me because, you know, I work in the kind of industry and profession where it's pretty routine for like people, lawyers and stuff to just be expected to work 60-hour weeks and their salary just stays the same. It's like, oh, here we're gonna pay you decent money, but then when you break it down to how much you're getting per hour, it's not as much as you think. You got one free MP3 from iTunes from a class action lawsuit. That's pretty exciting. Call OSHA to get a new AC for your people's workspaces. Oh man. Sounds like you're quite the advocate though, bro. That's pretty cool. And I think of my job, when I first started, we were allowed to work up to 5 hours of overtime without asking. Because we were in one of those states. And it was just like a general thing where you could. And that actually worked out really well for me. Because at that point, I was commuting by train and bus. So the way that the schedule worked, basically, I'd either be a half hour early or a half hour late. Based on which trains which buses I caught and stuff. So it's like, I was going to be coming in there a half hour early every day anyways. So I'm like, well, I'm here, you know. So I was there and it just was like, I'm on the clock. So that worked out really well that I was like, yeah, I got to work. The bus dumps me off at work a half hour before my start time every day, but I get overtime because of that now. So cool. You got a 3% raise. Holy crap. That's actually a big deal. I'm trying to think if I've ever gotten a 3% raise at my current job. 3% is like a holy grail of raise amounts. And oh look, it's Keith. How you doing, man? Oh, you love this game. You just got to the second area. I'm still in the first area. I haven't played it a ton. I mean, I've probably played it 10 or 15 hours, maybe 10 hours. But I'm really enjoying it so far. And I'm doing pretty well. I was just going on my long tirade about how my job has been hard this week, but hopefully it eases off a little bit next week. I think the most pressure this week was we just hired a bunch of people and we had to have a training ready for them for tomorrow on a process that we didn't really understand ourselves. So it's been a little bit like crap your pants. Like, there's nothing worse than being like, all right, we're going to teach these people how to do a thing tomorrow. And we don't know how to do it. Someday, a 5% raise. No, that's honestly, I mean, I look at like my job. Now, it really depends. It's all relative, though. This is the thing, like my wife working for like government and stuff. They get all sorts of, they automatically get like cost of living raises. And depending on like the math that's done each year to determine what the cost of living is, there's sometimes where everybody that works for the government gets a 7% raise in 1 year. And that's before any performance raises or anything else. Just because they're like, oh, that's what the number cruncher said, like the cost of living went up by 7%. So everyone's getting 77% plus whatever you're going to get otherwise. I'm like, holy shit. I mean, that's the thing. That's where I get depressed because the money that I'm making now has less buying power than what I was making when I started. But, you know. She's local worker, Brad. Yeah, she works for like. Wait, is it? It might be a state. I know that it's something that's like affiliated with the city of Portland, but it's not the city of Portland. It's like a separate entity, but it's a government entity. And I want to say it's just like a Portland area entity. A kid working for 7 months, 23 years old, who was designed for part of one of his packaging machines. Oh, 28% increase in production. Right, gets paid the same though, I'm guessing, right? Brass is happy. Ah, there you go. That climate control system allowed people's brains to work well enough to increase productivity. Yeah. Oh no, federal. That was funny because I think I may have told you guys. I have one of the guys I play D&D with. I thought he just got a job at the Department of Education, and he was in his probationary period. But it's not. It's like the whatever federal department. It's like focuses on science and research. Because I thought he was doing research for the Department of Education, but he's doing education-based topics in another department, I think. Anyways, I thought he's going to be a goner for sure, but like literally, he started working like 2 months ago at this job, and we're all excited for him and stuff. And then this happens, and all of a sudden he's like, everything's fucked. Your mom is federal? Yeah. Gonna get a nice fat paycheck. Getting your raise. Also, your $500 bonus. Yeah, we don't get that shit either. The only thing that I don't know, maybe will work for me or maybe not. Could work to my detriment. I don't know. Is you know how they say climbing the corporate ladder? Well, I'm like, since I moved to this new position, I'm like 5 rungs closer to the CEO. The CEO of the company is like 4 rungs above me now. He used to be like 10. But it's just because the department I'm working in it's not as fleshed out. So the person I'm working for only has 10 people working under her, whereas other people in her position might have like a tree, like a branching hierarchy underneath them that could include up to like 200 people. And that's the kind of thing I was in before, where I was, far down the branches under someone who's in the same position as the person I work directly for now. But I'm still making the same money. The thing is, my company, it almost doesn't work out when people get like the higher positions. It seems like those people end up being the victims of restructuring more than the people in my position. People that do what I do a lot of times are the ones that are like, hey, these are the little jacks of all trades that make the company work. She's been there 20 years. You're hoping she's good. And her area is in the crosshairs. Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that. We're in the engineering department of your plant. All right. You're still senior management. That's impressive, Mike. That's good. Fighting for your folks too. All right. Now it's one of those moments where I'm like, I'm tired from talking too much. Oh, what a life. Yeah. Hopefully next week I'll be more, hopefully next week I'll be a little less worn down, but we'll see. We'll see. And that happens anyway when I'm doing streams, or sometimes I'm just like, I come into these streams without a lot of energy sometimes, and I'll go yak, 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 and then all of a sudden there'll be a moment I'll pause for a second, and I'll be like, oh, I feel like I just spent the last of my energy on that last sentence. I did have Taco Bell. Now that's the thing too. I'm a little jealous. My wife took the day off today, so my wife works like 4/10s and has Fridays off. But she's had a pretty, like, for the past couple weeks, her job's been pretty crazy. There have been some like computer issues going on, that with the way payroll is, they can't just push everything back a day. So I know one time this last week she was clocked in for like 16 hours while IT was trying to work out some bug that was like messing up the payroll for that week. Anyways, so a bunch of crazy shit like that's been going on. So she's like, I'm calling off tomorrow. But you know, she works for government, so she's got 200 and whatever, 300 hours of accumulated sick time over the past few years because they just dish it out, you know? Or private jobs like mine, like probably Evie's too. At least my job, it's like you accrue a certain amount of sick time, like per hour worked, but then they're legally allowed to cap it at 5 days, at 40 hours. And for me, the way my health is these days, like I burn through that shit every year. There's no rolling over for me. Whereas other more generous employers, once you're past that 40 hours, you just will continue to accumulate every hour you work more sick time. So that's where you get in certain industries, people end up with like hundreds of hours of sick time accumulated. But yeah, she took the day off, but then she still went out at around noon. She ran out and got Taco Bell and donuts. So it's also her birthday this weekend too. So I think she's just said she's so exhausted in the last like 2 to 3 weekends. We've been super busy. So she's just like, she said, all I want to do next weekend is nothing. I'm like, all right, I can get behind that. And hello, Avery. How you doing? A live stream. Yes, indeed. You heard of it before? A live stream? It's pretty crazy. I haven't tried the new Taco Bell dessert. Oh, they're churros? Alright. Taco Bell cinnamon dessert. I haven't tried those. Is a churro breakfast? Is it like a donut? You eat it like a donut? Sit time can roll over. If you don't use it, you can technically have up to 96 hours. But that's if you roll over from past years, right? That would be my guess. Like, I doubt they're giving you 96 hours in 1 year from hours worked in 1 year. But I think ours allows a certain, I don't know what the limit is, but they allow you to roll over your sick time. But I mean, like 2025, I blew through all my sick time last month. I was sick for 3 days, and then I ended up, as a result of that, ended up having 2 different doctor's appointments. And those days ended up being days where I ended up being out the whole day on both of those occasions. So it's like all right, that's my sick time for 2025. Like 2 years, yeah. Sick for 96 hours. Well, see, I would use sick time for like what my wife did today. Like, my wife isn't actually like sick in the sense of like, oh, she's whatever, but she's like, it's like a mental health day, which I think a lot of people, you know, a lot of like employers and supervisors would understand that. Like, they don't consider that like you're cheating them or anything, but like, yeah, I normally do that too. Like, my job, I don't know if you guys remember, but back in 2020, like when there was like the pandemic had hit, everything was fucking scary. And then there were these massive fires in Oregon and California. So the whole world looked like the end of the fucking world outside. And I was in the middle of all this like intense stuff that I was working on. And I remember it came to the end of this 1 week, and I just finished, like, I just got over the hump and finished whatever it was that like absolutely had to be finished. And I was just like, I talked to my boss and was like, I need a week off. I said, I need to take a week off as soon as possible, or I'm gonna fucking go crazy. And they were cool. She's like, yeah, that's okay. I mean, that ended up at the end of the year, like I had unpaid. I didn't get paid for that, you know. Actually, that year I was still a contractor, so I didn't get paid for sick time anyways, because I never reported. I don't think I reported sick time to the agency I worked for. I just you know, took the loss. At least I had some sick time. I think that we did have some sick time. Anyways, Sick of working is a valid medical condition. Yeah, it could be. I mean, mental health days, like that's something I've known people, like since I was in high school in the 80s. I've known people that, you know, their parents would be like, oh yeah, little Billy can stay home, he needed a mental health day. I didn't get mental health days when I was a kid, but I knew other people that did, and I remember thinking that's a cool idea. My friend in high school would just stay home and have a mental health day. I said, that's pretty sweet. I gotta pretend I'm sick if I want to stay home. Your favorite book about how much work sucks ass is Journey to the End of the Night. I know that one. Ah, then the author became a literal Nazi. Alright. Why is this like published in 1932 or something? The pandemic didn't scare you. You what any God-fearing conservative would do. You blame Brad for living in China. I vowed to fight. Well, I think it was just a combination of factors. Like, our job got taken remote. Everyone was isolating. And the world was covered in smoke. And I wasn't successfully keeping the smoke out. Like, everything was just, like, closed up tight. You could barely see more than, like, maybe 25 feet outside. It was so thick. And the smoke was like, it wasn't smoky, like visibly smoky inside, but there was smoke getting in to where it was just like all the air I was breathing was not healthy. And it was just getting like everything together. Just, I got to a point where I was like, I'm going to fucking have a nervous breakdown. I need time out. But there've definitely been times since then where I've been like, I need a fucking day off, and I just take it. And that's how I felt this week, except every day there's stuff that, like, I would be totally fucking them if I didn't show up and hold up my part of what we were doing. So if it weren't for that, like, I could have very easily called off today just because I'm like, I'm feeling like, I'm getting to that point where I'm starting to feel like, yeah, it could be the stress of it. It's not that I work long hours; it's just the stress of what I do, and it like ends up being not good cumulatively. You caught the virus and vowed to soak your boxing gloves in hand sanitizer. Wow, that's a thing to do. Some Nazis thought Celine's anti-Semitic pronouncements were so extreme as to be counterproductive. I'm losing the plot here. There's a lot going on in this chat that I'm barely understanding. Go to the hospital throughout COVID. Life tip, don't do that. Oh no, I remember that, Josh. Like, I was scared for you. And, but you seem like a young, healthy young man, though. I think, and I need to get back. I felt a lot better once I got healthy a couple years ago, and I'm starting to lose the benefits of all that because for almost a year now, I've been just not taking as good a care of myself again. But we rolled into the pandemic, and they're talking about, well, the only people that really need to worry are the people that have, like, and they list these certain health conditions, and I'm like, got that. And if you're over 45 and you have these health conditions, checkbox. And then I'm like, well, shit, I'm the guy, if I get this thing, probably gonna get fucked up. Or officially announced, just seeing people coming in with dang near impossible oxygen levels. Thought we were all gonna die. Yeah, that was quite a time. That was quite a time. What was this? Jeff? Oh shit. His phone went from 4 to 6%. I didn't see Jeff come in. Hey Jeff. Hold on, do I have birthday going on here? Oh no, that's the wrong one. Hey, what's going over here? Oh no, you don't need to see that either. That's scary. Oh yeah. Yeah. Happy birthday to you, Jeff Harbaugh. Happy birthday to you, Jeff. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. It's wolf mouth for Jeff. Lots of wolf mouth for Jeff. I don't have my camera hooked up right now, but just imagine lots of wolf mouth for Jeff. Happy birthday to Jeff. I hope you can tell that I'm singing this live to you, and I'm making up all the words so that it's special. Because you're a special guy, Jeff, and happy birthday to... Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you, to you, to you. Happy birthday, Jeff. There we go. All right.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Yep, and that officially pushed me over the edge. Remember how I said I was low energy before? So settle back and relax and watch me play Avowed while I don't talk for the next 3 hours. Enjoy! Just kidding. I'll talk. So, we'll see. I don't know. I know some people don't come for the game at all, and other people come only for the game. I've actually done a couple of those silent streams where a lot of people showed up, but I think it was just because of the novelty. Oh, I haven't tried playing this game with OBS running yet. I've had a couple of little crashes, and my stream crashed last week. So I thought I better make this disclaimer. I have some apprehensions that my that my computer might get crashy while I'm playing this. We'll see. You're here because you like me. Well, I appreciate that, Brad. And I get the sense that you're one of those people. You're here most often despite the game I'm playing. Silent stream isn't your favorite, but usually what happens in silent stream is like a lot of regulars show up and you all kind of chat amongst yourselves, and it's more just to hang out. But I think it's not like a big attraction. That's why I don't do it. That's why I don't do it more often. It's just like a pretty rare thing. Once in a while, I'll be like, I don't know what gets over me if I don't want to talk. Why I would bother streaming? But just the mood hits me, and I'm like, I'm gonna stream it. Oh, this game is Avowed. It's you could say it's like a cousin to a game like Skyrim. Oh, is that super loud? You're gonna have to let me know. Especially once the I'll have to see what it's like once the game gets going. All right. And I might turn the in-game sound down a little bit. Little turd that you brought with you to Anaheim in 2017. He can drive a car now. Yeah, I remember him. He was the hit of Comic-Con 2017. All right, so this is the first thing that makes me nervous about this game. Is during the loading screen, the sound cuts out. And I think that's just... Maybe I should do it on my SSD to eliminate that. But that makes me nervous because I don't know if you guys know this, but pretty much whenever my computer hard crashes and hard locks, it starts with... Like, the first thing that I notice are audio distortions. Like, the sound in my ears will wig out. And then everything will freeze. Yeah, I'm looking at the OBS audio meters, and this definitely this game presents boldly on the audio meters. No, yeah, it's pretty loud. No new melee updates. You did miss, we had our big bully stick ritual and exchange earlier. Alright. So yeah, I can see all the assets are loading in. That's the other thing, it takes a while for shit to load in. But once it's loaded in, it's like, there's just a rough experience loading in. So this, I guess one thing, I guess in Bethesda you get companions. You get a little group and you can have up to 2 companions with you at a time, and they each have certain abilities. Like this guy got a little treasure hunting ability. And if there's some treasure around, like they have a lot of places you like where they hide stuff where you can explore and find little secrets and stuff. So it's kind of cool that way. Yeah, I got Marius, can I talk to him?
Watch your step.
And the other guy.
The local militia's lax at the best of times, which these are not.
So Kai, this guy, if you guys have played Mass Effect, this is the guy that played, is his name Varys? The guy on your team?
Donshore is most people's first view of the living lands and last brush with civilization.
Anyways, he's a well-loved voice actor.
I have water in my pack if anyone needs some.
Not sure who this guy is, but I like, it's not necessarily the best voice acting I've ever heard in some cases, but it's pretty good overall. Right now, and the game is not full open world the way Skyrim is, but there's large zones. And so I've spent all my time in this first zone. You start off in this town, and then the town just spreads out. So you can see there's a lot of places I haven't even looked at yet. And this is just in the first zone, which is down here. And I think there's, as you explore places, different little areas will pop up. You can maybe tell on the map where to expect things are going to go, but they don't, I think they don't become revealed until the story takes you there. But, so yeah, all this is this region here that I'm in. Comic-Con. Suffering Mandela effect. Did I say Comic-Con? I meant VidCon if I said Comic-Con. Your son hitting on Foxyzilla and Matus messing with me and Lucifer. I remember Foxyzilla messing with Matus. Foxyzilla kept going on to Matus's laptop and making him say stupid things in other people's live streams. And it was just stupid stuff like Matus would she'd have Matus say fart or something, and then she'd run away from his laptop giggling. That I thought was kind of amusing. And I just remember all the ladies in the house loved your son, and they took him into the hot tub out back. And I think most of the guys there were like, man, that kid's got it going on. Oh, you're a Mass Effect hater. You really wanted to like it, but you didn't go in because of... Yeah, Mass Effect's sort of one of those weird hybrids where it was, you know, they did the Baldur's Gate games, and then they did the Neverwinter Nights games, and it seemed like Mass Effect was during this weird from the Brady Bunch. Remember when Peter's voice changed, and where they're trying to do that musical? I feel like combat-wise, that's what's happening during the Mass Effect trilogy. They're going from Baldur's Gate style combat to eventually a much more action combat, and as a result, the combat is a little bit awkward. I won't lie. Oh, Dragon Age is the other big one, which is like had very similar combat in some ways. My description of Foxyzilla makes her sound like a creepy predator, which may be accurate. I didn't get a creepy sense from her, but I guess the way that I'm describing what she did. No, she wasn't though. Is Mariah saying I like poop cookies? And you thought it was, yeah, no, it was is her name Mariah? I only know her as nah, I forgot her name too. Oh my god, I'm so brain dead today. Um and I definitely remember Lucifer yelling at us. Not like directly, but then she gave me a ride. She gave me and a couple of other people a ride to that dinner thing. So, and she made me hamburgers. She made hamburgers, and I got to eat a hamburger. So, she was super stressed though because she was one of like the 4 people that had to sign the B&B thing, and there are all these super strict provisions about no more than like 4 people are allowed in there. And I think she was like really worried that all the noise we were making, talking and laughing and whatever else, was going to end up like breaching the contract. So there are a number of quests that I've picked up in the town. The town is a pretty robust hub. One of the, I think it's still a side quest. There's a certain like expedition team we're hunting down. Let's say there's one main story, and then there's a number of side quests, and then they've got stuff like bounties. There's lots of stuff to do. Long story short, you regret you didn't get to meet Chris? You mean Chris plays games? Was he not there? He was at that streamer house. Maybe he just wasn't there when we were there. Oh no, he was at the other streamer house, wasn't he? I think we saw him at the party. Oh, you had to go home because of your kid. You didn't get to go to that dinner thing, did you? Yeah, me by contrast, I've met Chris like 3 or 4 times. Chris has come to Portland a couple times for other things, and when he does, we meet up for like lunch or something. All right, I'm just gonna do some walking around. I think the area I need to go is back there, but this is a game that rewards you for exploring. All right, so one of the things that I got from my companions is his ability that if there are certain obstacles, you can have him like blast it away with his gun.
Coming in hot.
And you can hear the little chiming bells. That means there's a hidden treasure in here. Oh, I should have shown you that other guy's thing so you could see what hidden treasures look like. And that was a bounty I had down there to kill a bandit leader. I already took him out. So I was just doing some exploring around here. A girl playing D&D impossible? I think I'm missing. I am missing the through line on a lot of your guys' comments. Like, I have no idea what led to that comment. I know a few girls play D&D, but I will admit most of the people I know to play D&D are guys. Oh, and you can play this game in third person. So, here's my guy. He's handsome. It was designed from the ground up to be played in first person, a little bit the same way as like Bethesda games, Skyrim and stuff. The earlier you go in Bethesda, the rougher it is to try to play in third person. But yeah, it's clearly meant to be. And you have a couple weapon loadouts you can use. There's a lot of, there's sort of some parkour elements to this. Not quite the level of Assassin's Creed, but there's a lot of verticality to it. The third person looks more playable than Skyrim, but you wouldn't do it that way. I'll jump in and out of it sometimes, because sometimes I like the look of third person, but when I get involved in fighting and stuff, most of the time I'm in first person. Because I think it was designed to look good in first person too. Generally not a fan of first. Well, there's, I mean, that's like I mentioned for Skyrim. Skyrim was built as a first person game. But I think Skyrim was probably the first game in the Elder Scrolls series where playing in third person didn't feel like complete ass.
One moment.
Do a little scan. I'm seeing some monsters up ahead. Oh, and that's probably... I think it's a missing expedition team we're looking for. Alright, there doesn't seem to be any sneaky approach, so I'm just going to start. Uh-oh.
Watch yourselves.
Oh, they got a fucking bear. Oh, that was like my crit attack. Oh.
On your left.
Stay.
I'm not great at the
This
combat.
is the path Offric told us about.
That it?
It gets a little hectic. Alright, I'm probably gonna eat some food. I've accumulated a lot of food at this point. You like the voice acting and the faces? And there's a lot... Like, when you're in town, there was a point where I was in town where it seemed like just talking to people for like an hour straight. Or more. Some stealth going on. Well, these guys have faces.
If you look, you can see Fort Northreach from here. No. Too soon.
Yeah. Quite a view. I thought they have some facial expressions in Skyrim, don't they? They're not. Well, it's 2011 too, but they're not the most well done facial expressions, but I think they've got them. Oh, I think these are friendlies.
One moment.
This is the kind of game where if you look behind waterfalls, sometimes you find treasures. Classic. Not that time,
If you
though.
traveled weeks to see him, you can wait a few more days.
Kara, you would not be so glib if your family's souls were crying out to you for justice.
Some crusty old priest isn't going to change that. The Temple of Aethys is closed. Ugh, I don't know why everyone in the Living Land suddenly wants to see the old kook in there, but it's not happening. Not today, anyway. Probably not tomorrow, either. Not with the way they're dawdling.
Since when do you make the rules?
Since I arrived with the big sword.
So you say I need a bigger sword. The Oracle has one. Let me in and I will borrow it.
I'm saying you need to go home because the goddamn temple is closed.
I'm here at Ofric's request. You've got an expedition in trouble?
The boy made it back to the embassy. I half expected him to kick off on the way there.
He was badly injured and grieving his brother's wounds. I say it is good news.
Sure. Until the Inquisitor hears he abandoned his men to go crying for his mum.
And here's an example of like, if I had higher skills, I would have additional dialogue choices, but I don't quite have the right ones. Although my guy is like, he's got a mage scholar background, which sometimes creates dialogue choices, and he's got high like intelligence and perception, so that often opens up some good dialogue paths. Who's the Inquisitor? No, I know. So there's a pretty extensive. There's a lot of backstory to this game, which I don't think I'm going to get into. But one of the overall thing is this is sort of a frontier region I'm from this big empire that's sort of like main civilization that has a foothold here, like basically has some military presence here, and we're considered like they don't trust the people here don't trust us. We're sort of like starting to like almost borderline taking over a city, and then we brought these inquisitors that are they're not part of my team, but they're like allied with the empire that are doing all sorts of crazy shit, and the justification, the overarching bad thing that's happening, and there's some sort of like insane mystic plague, like brain plague happening, and they're trying to I've been sent here to figure out what it is and try to stop it before it spreads to like the rest of the world. So but we're in this land. It's a little bit like Morrowind, if you played Morrowind, where I'm an outsider. They don't trust. I'm here on behalf of the Emperor. They don't trust the outsiders. There's a lot of, and I actually got an assassination attempt on me because I'm the envoy of the Emperor, and the Empire is considered this encroaching force that has not always been fair to the natives, and so yeah. But I'm trying to be nice to them. Are you gonna let me pass?
You will let him go and not me? I see.
I'm the envoy.
Who
Got
said
it.
I was letting him go?
Oh. Just shut up immediately. I'm not going to pull rank. Don't make me take this back to Ambassador Highguard. So please be reasonable.
Well, my orders say no one.
a.k.a. Yes. Tell the envoy about your precious orders. I could recite them in my sleep.
Why? I'm not going to say shut up immediately. Oh no, they're going to... Now, I've only got dick moves at this point. Okay, so don't make me bring this back to Ambassador Hilgard.
Right. Sorry, envoy. The expedition team entered through the cave just past here. They planned for a day's journey, but they've been gone for more than 3. Something must have held them up. Our freak mentioned traps and earthquakes and...
The oracle who maintains the temple is a godlike of Aethys, so there is no telling what he is capable of.
They were carrying a lot of tools and weapons with them, so be on your guard. And envoy, thanks. I know our freak will appreciate you looking into this.
And a godlike, if you can see on this guy's cheek, he has these patterns. That's the most subtle one. A godlike is someone that's born, they're supposedly touched by a god. And they'll usually have some visual oddities. Often that comes in the form of more dramatic growths that often look like big, colorful, like mushroom growths. And they'll have certain powers. And they're supposedly like touched or connected to a particular god. My character is a godlike. They are rare. Sometimes they're mistrusted. One of his big story plots is he doesn't know what god he's connected to. He just knows he was born a godlike. Yeah. Ulfric will appreciate you looking into this.
Yeah, well, you're not just anyone. You're a friend of the Emperor, and that means something. Hey, good luck out there.
Yeah, the other options for his godlike markings looked a lot more like dramatic, big, colorful, like mushroom mask looking things. Like this was really, without it being like the super prominent. I think when doing character creation, you can also make it so that the godlike markings just don't get shown. But I thought like a little bit of godlike marking gets shown, and people react to the fact that you're a godlike as well. Yeah, my guy. I did also. There's no way to customize your character after you've made him. So one of the problems I have is in a lot of lights, his beard does not match his hair. So it's sort of like he got the dyes wrong or something. And it's just something I gotta live with. Like I say, maybe it's one of his godlike things. Yeah, he's focused mostly on being a mage. This dagger I actually just picked up. I just picked it up from the bounty that I just killed, he dropped that dagger. But most of the time, I'm using the wand and magic. They do let you, for a cost, completely respec your character. So at some point, I'm probably going to play around with that. What I've heard over and over is that it seems like they spent more time developing the magic side experience of this. So, and then I also, when I was choosing the backgrounds, you have a few different backgrounds you can choose from. I've just felt like I connected with their description of like the mage scholar background. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do that and sort of play that theme. But, you know, I like sort of paladin-y characters for the most part when I play games.
1 moment.
And the melee, the hand-to-hand combat's pretty good in this game, too. Travel to the temple. There aren't a ton of loading screens in this game so far. So usually if I walk into a place, I just walk in. Well, I am an envoy. That's you could say that's lawyer adjacent, you know? Ambassadors, envoys. Probably is a lawyer. Maybe it's yeah, mages are the fantasy world's version of lawyers. I will say the water graphics have some issues in this game. I'm not sure why it seemed like they have a hard time nailing it down. It's the way that light and shadows play across water. It improves if you crank the graphics all the way up to like epic across the board, but I'm not prepared to do that to tank my performance. I think this game has got a pretty nice art style too.
That's Pierre looks at you, all right. Guess we're on the right track.
Didn't even have time to finish their puzzle. Whatever they were looking for wasn't just treasure.
Everyone's looking at stuff.
Are we almost done here?
Essence generators are mechanical devices that can be activated with shock damage. Okay, well I have shock damage. I'll look around first. So clearly there's a whole way we can go over there. Oh, this bear's got a common spear. Common weapons, so far I've just been breaking them down. Oh no, hold on, what did I just do? Oh, it's R to break them down. I kept one of each basic weapon type back at my camp, and the rest I've been breaking down. And you can use the broken down parts to upgrade your other weapons. But you can see here, I've got 2 different loadouts. You can make them whatever you want. I think you could dual wield wands if you want to. It's a little like Skyrim is the same way. And then there's a quick switch between. You basically can preset 2 different things. So if I'm doing magic and suddenly I feel like I need to like hold the shield up and do some blocking, you know, I can just switch over and be blocking and doing that other stuff. Alright, so let's see what's going on with these. Lightning. And that one's broken. Let's see, I got lightning right here. Oh, there's a skeleton over here. Oh my! I can't even see the guy.
They've seen us. Now we know why the expedition team abandoned that puzzle.
Not bad, Marius. 1 moment.
Alright, just had him do the detection thing. That's what it looks like when there's like a treasure. If that was right in front of me, I would have found it anyways, but... Eat the common weapons. You could make it... I'm not going to read all this. There's a lot of stuff that you can read that's like background lore, very much like a Bethesda game. This game was also, if anyone is familiar with the Pillars of Eternity series, It was part of the sort of the resurgence of not JRPGs, of CRPGs back starting about 10 years ago, whenever that was. Brad, I know you've played the first, or attempted to play the first Pillars of Eternity. There was Pillars of Eternity, then Pillars of Eternity 2. They played very much like the original Baldur's Gate games. They sort of rebooted that style of game. This game is sort of this Pillars of Eternity 3. It's obviously not a CRPG in the same way, but it is, and it's not necessarily a continuation of the story, but it's the same world. A lot of the things that happened in the other Pillars of Eternity games are referenced here or have an impact on the background of this setting. Yeah, I agree. Celeste, I want to go back to as well. That's one thing. I was using a sword before to when it was time to break things, because it was a slash. You could break a bunch of things at once. But since the daggers are stabby, I might as well just use my wand for that too. All right, what's going on over here? Oh, nothing. Okay. Did I get everything?
One moment.
I think I got everything. This is just sort of like, I guess, a bonus room with some extra stuff. Little treasures. Well, let's see. I just often will do game... I'll choose usually performance over graphics, but if I turn DLSS up to quality, and specifically if I jack up shadows, and maybe post-processing. So water's still not perfect. Actually, it's still pretty jacked. Certain things I turn all the way up, like I think I've had the textures turned up. And it's still, this is still obviously playable. It's not like tanking or anything. It's just with my system being finicky the way it is, I often, if I can tell the difference that it's putting in an effort to make it keep up with the game, I often will not push my rig to its limits, because my rig is it can be a little temperamental. And I honestly think the graphics are good. I feel like I'm maybe not the pickiest person when it comes to graphics.
Never seen anything like it.
Views like this remind me why I came to the Living Lands in the first place.
So like, oh yeah, that's another thing that's going on. There's some sort of a spirit of the land that's been communicating with me since I got here. And when I was assassinated, the spirit of this land is the one that brought me back. I actually died for a little while. But yeah, graphics, like Brad, I wasn't to say that you won't play a game if it doesn't have great graphics, but I know, Brad, this is like a common thing that happens, is you'll be like, oh, the graphics in this game are shit, but you know, I'll still play it. I don't mind. I'll play a game with shitty graphics. Whereas I'll look at this and go, yeah, there's some problems. There's some problems with some of the graphics, but overall, I'm like, this is, to me, a pretty stunning game visually. Despite having some flaws. So if you're gonna ask for my overall assessment, it's like, yeah, I think the graphics are they're very pleasing to me. So it could be a potato thing. We may feel the same way about it. It's just we use different words to express.
Tripwire's broken. I bet Offrix people came through here.
Look at that. That statue. How did anyone build that all the way down here?
This is I gotta say, it's kind of breathtaking.
No one knew that was down here.
Rituals, whispers of searing light.
Well, this game literally released like a week ago, So there are no DLCs at the moment that I'm aware of. But there probably, I would imagine there will be some. Although not necessarily. I'm trying to think when they did Fallout New Vegas have DLCs? Of course, that was commissioned by Bethesda. Did Outer Worlds have DLCs? I'm thinking these guys may not be DLC. I don't know. But my guess would be after this game's been out for a while, there's a good chance there will be DLCs. Fallout New Vegas has 3. But that's where I'm like, I don't like, some studios just aren't big on DLCs and others are. When they were doing Fallout, it was very much at the direction of Bethesda. So they were being sourced, that was sourced out to them. Yeah, it is Obsidian. Yeah. And, oh, thank you, Brad. He said, I'm kind of breathtaking. Not like this vista that I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
All right. Seeing baddies over there.
Zorams. What a sneaker fight.
Well, I think fighting is the way to go. There's a little bit of stealth. There more of them? You can do stealth attacks for an instant kill. Oh, is that it?
Nice work.
Yeah, maybe there wasn't a ton to discover in here. Unless... Oh, I guess the dungeon does keep going. So was this a branching path? Excuse me, gentlemen. Ooh, can we, a breakable wall. I don't think his ability can take this out. I do have grenades that can blow up walls like that, so I think I'm gonna throw one.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, this guy looks like a nasty, all right.
Hold it. Aim where?
Time to employ bitch tactics. That's one thing I've not done, is the full-on stealth build. The stealth archer build, which is like what the joke is that's what like all of Bethesda games devolve into. I'm gonna guess this kind of meets back to where I was. Yep, there it is. This little space. It's not a bitch suit. No, that's true. Alien Isolation, the true home of the bitch suit. It might have been the... I don't know if I called them bitch tactics back then. I can't remember when I started calling things bitch tactics. Oh yeah, he's since I can't have him dodge, I actually do have like specific statistics. So it's like character. My dexterity is not that high, but it's a very movie hoppy, dodgy type of game. So you can see here now, and I think this is based somewhat on the same thing that they use for Pillars of Eternity. I don't know if you remember this, Brad, but the stats that they have don't line up the way that we're used to seeing in D&D. So might doesn't mean necessarily or specifically physical strength. Might just applies to a damage modifier no matter what kind of damage you're dealing. So if you're a mage and you want to be like a mage that melts faces, you would increase might, even though traditionally as a mage, you are not. The might or strength is one of those stats that you just basically ignore. But each of these stats does benefit your character. Some, like, obviously for a mage, intellect is still kind of probably more important than certain other ones, but I haven't put anything into Constitution. That's an example of something like, yeah, having more health can be helpful to anyone, but if you're trying to build something where you're just going to be staying away from people, you could pour it into other things. And you can see here, right here, it says R, reset points for 250. You could just redo everything. There's all these skill trees, wizard, or it says fighter, ranger, wizard, godlike, which things unlock slowly for godlike. And then your companions each have skills. They level up, and it's a much smaller tree, but they've got skills when they level up too. A rolded mage would be a roided meat. Well, my guy is, technically his carrying strength goes up. So the fact that his might is as big as intelligence. So far, I haven't had carrying capacity be a problem, but I think that was actually one of the things when I did a long time ago try to play Pillars of Eternity. I was a little turned off by that. By like, wait, if I make a mage, I have to worry about pumping up the strength too. Can't I just throw everything in intelligence like I'm used to doing in Dungeons and Dragons? All right, let's reorient myself to what the F I'm doing. I came from in here, and there was that.
One moment.
And this is just a continuation of sort of that series of walkways. We got some bad guys down there. If I had a bow, maybe bow is like the long distance. I think you can get rifles too, but the bow is like the long distance stealth attack, which I feel a little left out. The fact that my long range weapon is a wand, which is just like a medium range thing. Fighter mage is a thing in D&D. That's true. But that's considered they consider like that would be like a hybrid type of character build, whereas like the more you spread yourself out in D&D, the more watered down you are on any specific specialty. Whereas in this game, literally, if you want to be like a pure powerful mage, part of that is pumping some points into strength. So it's just a little different. Like if you're in D&D and you want to be just a true balls to the wall, I'm a mage, and you want to go all in on being a mage in D&D or a wizard or whatever it is, the intellect based one, you just dump everything in intellect. You can almost, sure, if you have a little constitution, have extra health, you have dexterity, you can dodge a little better. There are things that you can add into that will technically help your character, but if you want to go all in on mage, you're dumping everything into intelligence. Or you just can't do that in this game. Or I guess, nothing's stopping you from doing it, but you would gimp your character. You would not have the best mage if you weren't allocating some of those points into some of the other skills. Letter to Cardall. Alright, this is probably story-based, not just flavor text. Carlod. I've forgotten what my actual quest is in here. Can find no more use to put my talents in our pitiless land, so I must go. The water freezes, I create art from it. The water melts, my art dissolves. The water freezes again. This cycle once brought me peace. I looked upon my work and was comforted by its impermanence and the impermanence of all things. I took comfort in Rimgrad's promise of the end, but even the ice carver is not impervious to the cold. And a new wind that blows from the north, from Ukaizo, from the cracks in the in-between. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. Chills me to my bones. There is something wrong in the world, Loda, and not even your bright smile can set this cycle to rights. I head to the Living Lands. This place, the realm we're in is called the Living Lands. That is the frontier realm. The vitality that fled my art is gathering here, condensing. Now a new chill rises in the land. A great conflict is coming, and our master will need his harbingers at his side. If Vatnir returns, tell him to come. But my love, I beg you, do not follow us. To serve our God most faithfully, I must believe you're still alive. Okay, I'm not exactly sure. Is this the guy that's supposedly watching the temple? Now I've got to actually try and remember what the fuck I'm doing in here. Alright. The expedition went missing while exploring the temple of Aothas. Ulfric, one of the expedition's scout, asked you to discover what became routine, particularly his brother Caedmon. The expedition descended into the temple in search of a holy relic. They entered the temple. Oh yeah, it's a relic that's supposed to bring healing, and I think they're hoping it can help against this plague, is why the expedition was here. Also probably sacred to the natives. You know, whatever. Small thing. It's for the Empire, bitch. They entered the temple from the Pilgrim's Path, a trail located somewhere in northern Dawnshore. Segwyn and Adrian guard kept watch outside the temple cave. So that's the lady that let us in, I think. Said the expedition team brought a number of supplies and weapons into the cave system, so you should expect a trial. You found signs of recent passage through the cave system, muddy footprints, and trigger traps. Could be the Adirans. Alright. You haven't played in a long time. Your daughter tells you the 4th edition objectively sucks. You mean 5th edition, Mike? I mean, 4th edition obviously was a thing. And I know a lot of people actually, it was a pretty big shift from earlier editions that didn't make a lot of people happy. On the flip side, there were a lot of people that really enjoyed it. But for people that play D&D historically, it was a big shift, and it turned a lot of people off. That's why Pathfinder became a thing, because that became more like if D&D had stayed on the same path from 3.5, it would have been like that. What they think that 4.0 should have been. But 5th edition has, for the most part, that started in 2015, I think. 5th edition has been wildly popular. Among old timers and newcomers alike. There's still some people like 2nd edition was the best. Everything since then's been shit. Pathfinder has benefited even more from D&D's owners being shit. Yeah, that's one of those. All the politics and the monetization and all that stuff. Maybe I should pay more attention to that. And corporate practices. But I've largely tuned all of that out. Alright, well that looks like my objective is to get up there somehow. Oh, hold on. These guys are about to see me before I'm ready to be seen. I do not think I am getting across from here. No, you won't pay attention to corporate practices. You've known each other for like decades. I mean, occasionally I pay attention to certain things, but a lot of times the big sort of controversies that people get all upset about are things that I'll take a brief look and go, it doesn't bother me that much, and that's it. And then I just sort of like promptly not be that worried about it. And then you're right. A lot of times I don't fixate on it. I don't keep track of a lot of things. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. I'm like half my health is gone. There's obviously some sort of trap that I'm just not paying attention to what the hell I'm doing. And I'm walking into. Alright. So how do I come in here without fucking dying? Daily affirmation of focus and efficiency. Alright, I'm not going to read all that right now.
Hold it together, kid.
Now, when I'm playing on my own, I tend to read all that stuff. But when I'm on stream, I got enough to read. So that stuff, it all gets like filed away. I can read it later if I want to. Surprised it changed from the game where I had like 30 viewers. I thought it was interesting that I kept getting tons of viewers when I played Valheim. And now, in fairness, that all tended to happen in the last 90 minutes. So from between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock hour, my viewer count would like skyrocket. So I don't know if that was because of Valheim or something else weird's going on my channel. But I think you guys know me well enough to know, like, if I really wanted to grow my channel, I never would have stopped. Just in 2017, I never would have stopped playing Skyrim. Which, you know, I like Skyrim, but I like playing whatever I want to play. And none of them would make a single comment. Yeah, it kind of like, I did wonder, something funny going on? Oh shit, hold on. Is that... Can I, ice this? That was one cool thing I discovered in this game, is I was by the ocean, and there was this little rock jutting out with a treasure chest on it, and I'm like, I can't jump, I couldn't climb it on it from the water, and it was too far away to jump from the little ledge on the shore, and just screwing around. Of course, I realized later, if you look at forums, people are like, oh, this is one of the cool things you could do in this game, but I didn't know. I shot my ice spell into the water, and it created this disc that I could of ice that I could jump onto and then get to the treasure chest, which is kind of cool. Maybe they were not English speaking. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I appreciated the fact that it seemed like there was maybe some people interested, but honestly, it wasn't like the chat participation changed at all or anything like that. So I was like, well, it was cool, but I'm not going to keep playing Valheim just because of that. I wasn't burnt out on Valheim, but you know, I was ready to move on. And I mean, from the get-go, my long-term plan was to go back to Valheim when it's complete. The game's still not done. There's still like major biomes, and it's not finished. Like the content hasn't been all deployed yet or developed. So I just really got an itch to play Valheim. But there was no finishing it. There was just playing through all whatever biomes and content are available. Which, you know, it doesn't create for me a great incentive to do that.
I got to be dreaming. Oh gods, am I dead? Is this the Beyond Spirit? Have you come to take me to Galloway's side?
The kid's in bad shape, but he's not too far gone. I think we can help him.
I'm not ready. I've never even touched a girl. It's not fair.
Hey, here's my intellect. It's a little bit of overkill. Oh no, my intellect option. We can't let this kid die a virgin. Can you help him? Nah, I'm just gonna give him a healing potion. That's too sassy. Use Dream Touch. Is that one of my... I'm gonna try that.
Oh, that's the creepiest sensation I ever felt in my life. Like vines were growing all through me.
If it works, don't question it. And look, your wounds are closing up already.
Oh, wow. I feel leagues better. I thought for sure you were coming to take me back to the wheel. Who are you? What you doing down here?
Orprix sent us after you.
He actually made it? I wasn't sure he'd come through. And he sent the Emperor's fucking envoy. Damn. Am I ever glad to meet you?
Focus. The Free Expeditions Corps. Where are they?
Right. Those assholes. They went on without me after I got hurt. We'll come back for you once we've got the relic, Admin. Honest. Oh, shit. Yeda was probably hoping I'd croak so she wouldn't have to tell our freak how she abandoned me. All she cares about is that oracle and his relic, which is probably just a big old dog bone if you ask me. He's probably still down there, fiddling with the statue. You must have seen it on your way in.
Anything I should know about the Oracle?
I doubt I know much more than you do. I mean, you're godlike, just like him.
Come on, kid. Don't get starstruck now.
Well, he's touched by Aethys, right? And he's supposed to be old, like hundreds of years old. And I don't mean elf old, he's extra old, like Aethys has been keeping him alive or something.
Great. He's old. Anything else?
They used to receive pilgrims, but only the ones who could make it in. This place, it's like a trial.
Yeah, we've seen the same traps and crumbling buildings you have.
And he's building something. A statue of Aethys, I think. But I don't know what for. I mean, after all Aethys did in the Deadfire, people don't come here anymore.
I think the Deadfire was the Pillars of Eternity 2 was centered on. I just know it's called something. It was Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire. I think was the title of it. And apparently this deity that this this guy follows was at least scapegoated as the cause of all the whatever bad shit happened. I don't really know the lore of the Pillars of Eternity games, but there's a lot of it, and it ties into what's happening in this game. Tell me about Gajeda.
Our captain, she's... I don't know. I don't want to talk out of turn.
Relax. You're not the first person to have a bad commander.
It's not like that. I mean, it didn't used to be. Yeda's not been quite herself lately. I've always known her to be cautious, careful. Now she charges forward recklessly. And she pushes us as hard as she pushes herself. And that's how I got hurt.
Has she been short-tempered? Distracted?
Yeah. When we make camp, she has these terrible dreams. Wakes us all up with her screaming and muttering.
Oh boy.
Can't be sure, but it sounds like the Dream Scourge to me, Envoy.
Yeah, the Dream Scourge is the name of this illness, and it's, from what we've seen, it looks like it's like a spore that gets into people, and they start getting like mushroom growths, and they basically lose their minds. So it sounds like maybe that's what happened to his boss. She was starting to get that shit. All right, I'll go speak to this oracle then.
He'll be the last one to have seen him, I bet. I'll just rest up here a minute before I head back to Paradise.
All right, good luck,
Take
buddy.
it easy. No sense getting yourself into another scrape.
Promise, I'll take it slow. Hey, Envoy, for what it's worth, I really thought I was gonna die down here.
Perception. Given the extent of your injuries, you certainly would have.
It's a lucky thing you found me then.
Awkwardly clear my throat. Well, anyways, I should go. Now just say I'll see you back. Why do I gotta make it weird?
Right, yeah. You got those assholes to save and everything. I hope they're better off than I was.
What's this? Some mead. Alright. Any treasures in here? Nothing obvious. Wait, what's back here? Well, there's some stuff back there. If I can get to it. Maybe around here I can?
Seems like a good kid. Glad we could give him a hand. Maybe one of Juliana's girls will too.
He's gonna have a hard time getting out of here, but at least we gave him a fighting chance.
So, the kid said the expedition team went deeper, looking for the Oracle.
I imagine the Oracle has something to do with that creepy statue we saw before. Maybe we should take a look.
So the Juliana they mentioned, she's basically the headmistress of, I believe it would be a House of Ill Dispute. It's like this bathhouse in town with a lot of ladies. who are possibly offering services of a discrete nature. All right, history of living lands. I'm not going to go through all that right now. I see what you're talking about over there, Jeff. I think I'm just gonna look the other way from that topic. Nothing against you. I'm like, just gonna walk on by. All right. Can I sneaky on this guy? Oh. Bitch tactics. Oh. Oh, we've been discovered. Come on down, buddy.
Nice job, everyone.
So, break down that spear.
One moment.
I hear the tinkle of treasure. Where's it coming from? Up there. Okay. Alright. How do we get up there? Probably from the other way. Probably across that gap right there. Yeah, that'll be my guess. Oh, some health potions. I've got quite a few health potions. Alright, money and crafting materials. You know what? I think I'm going to turn some of these graphics back down. It's still obviously playable, but I'm definitely feeling the frame rate hit. Let's see, we'll bring this back there. All right, it has some things jacked up. Anyways. Yeah, I can definitely feel the smoother graphics. It may not be as evident on stream, but my turning just became a lot smoother.
My brother. Can it be? Come, stand in the light. Let me look at you.
Ooh, oh, it's the other. This is the guy. Because he's a godlike. That's why he's calling me his brother.
It has been too long. I had feared I was the last of us. But you... Oh, the very sight of you is a balm for the soul. I am the Oracle Sargemis, servant of the once shining god. He whose light has lately dimmed. What brings you to this sacred space?
Arcane Scholar. You named yourself after one of the early figures in Yothasian scripture. I'm just going to say this because I like to sound smart.
Then Sargemis spoke, and his voice swept forth with the heat and force of the bright day's sun. Weep not, for the child of light has forgiveness even for you, if you will embrace him. I am that same Sargemis. Though it has been some time since a man has knelt before me and begged absolution, as Hamka did. The people do not hold to the gods any longer, and they do not hold to their servants. We live in a time of disbelief. The gods are absent, and have recalled their gifts from the world. Avarice reigns. Acquisition is the faith to which all men bow. But perhaps there is hope. You have read the Book of Verses, and we are here together, if only briefly. In this moment, we are not entirely alone.
I'm trying to place the voice actor. I know this is a very recognizable voice actor, but I can't place it. Yeah, it does look a little bit like a golden version of the guy from The Watchmen. You wouldn't trust him, Brad? Well, he does seem, you know, he's claiming to be. I'm like, oh, you're named after some Bible guy, whatever. He's like, no, I am him. It's like, oh, I mean, maybe he is, but it's like, wow. It's a bold claim, but you do look very magical, so it's entirely possible. Let's see. I'm looking for an expedition of my countrymen. Did they pass this way?
An expedition? I'm afraid I don't understand.
Uh-oh.
Right. Maps, ropes, pitons, rugged boots, water for days, people down here looking for stuff.
I am familiar with the concept, tomb raiding and the like. What troubles me is why they would come here. These ruins are not so different from the many others on this island, except that they are a good deal more treacherous. And this representation of Aethys we stand before, it is the work of my own hands. They could not hope to move it. Do you know what their purpose is here?
And hello, Crowbar the Skull. I'm really enjoying the game. I think you're a little further along than I am. I think I'm level... Oh, maybe I'm level 5 or 6. I get it. I can use my perception to say something perceptive. Do you really expect me to believe you haven't seen them? There's only one way through this place.
It's a reasonable question, I'll grant you. You must understand, this place has seen so few visitors for so long that I often retreat into my private quarters. To read, you understand, or pray, or sleep. Age has made me slow. I tire easily. I sleep now more hours than I wake. They could have already come and gone, and I would be none the wiser. In any case, you haven't told me what it was they searched for. Or do you not know?
They were searching for a relic you're rumored to keep here.
Ah, the splinter of Aethys. I suppose it was too much to hope they were here to examine these exquisite ruins. Truly, it is their loss.
Now, what is this relic?
The splinter of Aethys is a sliver of shinbone from my lord's titan body. It was carved from his skeleton many centuries ago. Yet long after the gods left this mortal world to claim their dominion in the beyond, the splinter is infused with the very essence of my lord's power. To illuminate without fire, to heal without injury, and to speak without voice.
I feel like asking too much about the relic's gonna make me come off as like, hey, where's your thing at? Don't be worried, I'm not doing anything shady, just where do you keep it though?
It rests in a shrine deep within this temple complex, beyond the reach of looters, visitors, or indeed, myself. The path to the relic has fallen to ruin. Some sections are flooded, and others are infested with all manner of creatures. Although, perhaps you might assist me with that.
Right. Here it comes.
That's where he's
You
going to ask
see,
me. Okay.
This construction beside us is no mere statue, but a reliquary I have built to house the splinter of Aethys in its appropriate grandeur. It is nearly complete.
It's like
and
Optimus
ready
Prime.
for the splinter to be interred. But I can no longer reach the relic on my own. Return it to me, and who knows, perhaps you will meet your expedition along the way.
I'll be back before you can say 10 praise Aothases. Say I'll return shortly.
I am most grateful. Oh, and please refrain from touching my statue or devices. May light illuminate your path, brother.
Why do I feel like I'm going to end up having to touch his statue or devices? Who's kind of creative. I don't think there were any options to make your character look like him, no. Most of the godlike, if you're talking about the godlike appearances that you can add, most of the ones that were available during character creation were more organic looking and colorful. No reward? Yeah. Alright. I so much want to touch your statue and your devices, but, you know, you told me not to. Let's have a little look about. Alright, this is obviously a way. I'm not going to go that way yet. There's a quest objective to come over here. I just wanted to make sure. I don't want to wander off too far, but sometimes you look around the nooks and crannies of a room and that's the whole room, you know? And then there's a treasure chest. Speaking of which, hey, do your thing. Oh, I did want to check. I had that ability to heal that guy. Dream Touch. Heals all nearby allies and deals damage over time. Did I have that actually on? Because I didn't remember having a healing ability. Oh, I do. I have it as my number 2 button. Okay. I think I'm gonna make this one. And this 2. And make this 5. And make this 6. That's one thing about this game is you only get like 6 quick slots. I'm kind of like, why don't they give, most games give you 10? Then you can use the 1 through, like the 1 through 9 and 0 keys, but this one doesn't. Letter to Sargamas. It has been some time since your last correspondence, and I do hope that you are still well. Have the materials and spare equipment from my lab proven reliable? You know how temperamental and finicky old equipment gets. I swear these machines have souls of their own. But I digress. I look forward to hearing the latest news about your progress. I have no doubt that the completion of your project will change the world. And knowing you, it will certainly be for the better. Yeah, what is he building and what's going to happen if I don't put a stop to it? I'm a little worried. That I have had a part to play in this fills me with deep joy and satisfaction. Perhaps one day they shall write about us. I can see it now. The Oracle and the Visionary. A titillating tale of 2 thinkers and their thoroughly thought-provoking theories. Wow, that's a mouthful. On second thought, perhaps simply the Oracle and the Visionary will suffice. Eagerly awaiting your response, your friend Vitor. P.S. It is good that I forgot to send this after it dried. Oh, it is good that I forgot to send this after it dried. Olrask would be very cross with me if I did not relay once more that he is, and I quote, rather looking forward to giving Sargamas oversized animat a proper thrashing if he ever gets functional. Oh, that Olrask. Until next time, my friend. Well, they certainly seem like cheerful, optimistic people. That doesn't necessarily mean that what they're doing isn't like they're cheerfully bringing about the end of the world or something. And apparently whatever artifact we're looking for, I don't know if it's already in this thing, but the whole purpose is the artifact is going to go into that thing and it's going to come alive and I don't know, it's going to do something. Ooh, treasure. Oh, this just keeps going. All right. Oh.
Leave those be.
Oh!
Protect my devices.
I thought it was going to be like a secret room where there's more treasure. I almost messed with his devices. Uh-oh. And I, at least at the moment, it is my intention to not screw around with his devices. I don't want to piss him off until I know that's what I need to do. There's a good reason for it. Right now, I'm just gonna be skeptical and destroy vases.
Roots clogging up this tunnel. Almost like they're reaching for something.
I see light. I think we can swim through.
This.
The bridge is out. That looks like the way to the relic.
And there is underwater swimming in this game, which is kind of cool. Oh my gosh. There's a lot to unpack down there. I need some oxygen.
One moment.
Uh-oh, there's another one of... Oh, wait. I don't know if that's his device or one of those things I shoot lightning at and it opens a door. Maybe both. Okay. Ooh. Well, I see a treasure chest down here. Oh, it's already open? That's a little worrying. What did I just open? Oh. This thing? Oh no, this is where I'm not sure what I'm doing in here, honestly. I'm getting a little disoriented. I probably opened up something here. Just could have been booby trapped. It's true. Oh, there's a monster. It's a monster. There's spiders in here. Here, go get them.
Come and get it. That's one for us.
Alright. Okay. That's a lot of words that I'm not going to read right now. This is like a whole library. Hey, I got to read this later. Any book that starts with the word anal. You know that's going to be a good read when you're by yourself later. Alright. But I'm not going to read any of these right now. I'm just going to add them all to my journal in case I ever feel like having a cup of tea and reading all the shit that I had skipped. If you're ever to hide a treasure, the last place you put it is in a treasure chest? Well, see, I also destroy all the shitty-looking boxes and vases, too, so... And then if you hide it under a pile of crap, I'll make this guy find it anyway. My little dwarf friend! But it's true. Treasure chest just asking to be just asking to be opened up. The Annals of History. Vase. That's right. I am a fancy boy. Hey, more anals! That's probably, like, really important lore shit. Can I grab that thing? No, I can't reach that thing. That's something where if I'd shot it, well, I can show you. If I'd noticed it and shot it down, it could have fucked them up. Oh, now we gotta not walk over there for like a minute. That's the same thing. If I cast my lightning spell, it electrifies the water for a while. I did it once and I screwed it up. I think it was just Kai with me. I think I screwed... He kept getting electrocuted. I'm like, get out of there, Kai! And then I walked too close and I started getting electrocuted. It was a real catastrophe. That's all I can say. Just be careful when you're walking around in water about shooting lightning out of your, you know, whatever. Alright, so clearly I need to go down there. What's this? Statue schematic. This drawing details plans for the creation of a large statue powered by essence. The essence is intended to be injected into the statue by an array of animantic devices. Where such a vast store of essence might come from and what a statue could do with it is unclear. Well, none of this is just clearing up whether or not I think this guy's statue that he's building is a good idea or a bad idea. Life and Discoveries of Pandagram. Animancy is sort of like necromancy. I decided maybe I should do a quick scan of some of these things to see if they're talking about like, oh, there's this one guy said you could put souls into a giant robot and it would destroy the world. Doesn't seem to be. Here, that's something you can destroy with your little thingy, dude.
Here it comes.
That help us? I don't think it does. I think that's a destructible yet irrelevant piece of environment. What we got over here? The Deerwood Part 5. The Proliferation of Animancy. So animancy is something that's practiced by some of the natives, or this, you know, sort of, this is not part of the Empire, but animancy is illegal in the Empire. But some people come to this area in order to, you know, have the freedom to do things like practice animancy. All right, this we can burn down with a.
Ready, aim.
I can do it with a fire spell too, but if I have him do it, it doesn't cost me any magic points.
One moment.
Yep, gotta put that treasure radar on, as long as I got it.
Never knew there were little houses down here. Then again, I never needed to come down here before, so there's that.
Yeah, it's like a little village down here. Cozy! I hear treasure sounds. I think I also hear creature sounds. Alright. Don't see anything on scan. I don't see anything about a giant robot in there. Oh, there's treasure right up there. Can I reach it from here? No, I think we need to reach it from the outside. There's definitely some kind of a creature out there. Can I not reach? No, I gotta get it from the outside. Anytime you see these, like, long grass things, that's like a stealth thing you can go into. Are they fighting each other? The water beetle and there's no one up there. I feel like I'm not going to be able to do a whole lot of very good sneaking. But sometimes you see things killing each other, like natural creatures like giant insects fighting with goblins, shit like that. Let's see. Maybe we can sneak around this way. Not the sneaking. It's not a huge point just trying to sneak by all these guys, but it's kind of cool.
I hate to think it reaches all the way down here.
Thorns beside violets, essence twisted out of shape.
Uh-oh. Why does everyone suddenly see me? We get them all?
Take a moment, people.
So if I do this...
He sucks so.
Oh, I guess that does cost mana. I should have done that before. When you kill guys, sometimes there's a little purple thing, ball glowing above them. That actually is something that lets you restore your magic points.
One moment.
Yeah, treasure back here. It's like a fairy village? Probably not that exactly. Probably maybe with those like weirdo things living there. The things we just killed? I don't know. Or it's from some ancient Yoda-like creature that, you know, community that doesn't exist anymore. It's very old, this place. Alright, I know that there was a treasure to get back here if I could find a way to get to it. I can hear it tinkling. The secret is how to get to it. I mean, I'm making that up. I don't know if it's a bunch of Yoda-like creatures, but the fact is it's an ancient place. It could be the dwellings of a long-gone, you know, dwellers. So how do I get to this little space back here? Wait, did I not do this? Oh, I already looked at that. Okay. Now I'm going to get a little bit obsessed about how to get to where that treasure is. I mean, the thing is it's not like that treasure is going to be game-changing, but knowing where it is and not being able to get to it really nags at me. And the only way that I can see to get to it is right here. And I can't jump that high. I'm not seeing anything else obvious, though, to get up there. Although, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of climbing in this room, so maybe I should just move on and hope that the opportunity presents itself later in a way that I just can't see from here. Anya did not like the delivery man. He was a wee bit loud, but he seemed nice enough. Millie doesn't like anybody anymore. She only likes us and the people at the...
A pulse beating out of time. Should it be disturbed?
And she likes when we take her to the daycare pet hotel place. She really likes those people and being around the other dogs. It's the only time she gets along with other people and dogs. And she loves going over there. Consecration prayer. With this leaving of his precious body, we commemorate our most glorious God with all his saints. Let us commend ourselves to one another and our whole life to Aethus, the Dawn Treader. For this holy house and for those who enter it with faith, reverence, and fear of our God, we consecrate this temple in his name. Aethus, have mercy on our souls. is a pretty friendly dog, but she mostly likes me more than Florence, which is causing stress in our relationship. Sorry, Florence. Animals like me. I feel a little bad sometimes because I think Millie likes both of us. There's no like way that Amanda could think, oh, the dog doesn't like her. But it does seem like the dog just is more likely to be around me more than her. And I think it's because I'm the one that like plays with her more. So, and she just knows that a lot of times Amanda just doesn't get into the play with her. And also that I'm willing, like you, Brad, I'm willing to play a little bit of Wolfmouth, and Amanda doesn't want her to play Wolfmouth with her. So it's just these things. I think it's just that she'll hang around me more because she's like, oh, well, maybe he'll play Wolfmouth with me, or he'll give me... and then I'm always eating snacks and stuff after Amanda goes to bed, because she goes to bed early because she works early. So sometimes Millie she'll just sleep on my bed while I'm at my computer and stuff, thinking like, well, this guy frequently ends up eating snacks, so I'm just going to hang out here. She certainly doesn't get excited if I try to pet her. Like when she's laying near me and if I go, oh, Gucci, and I come over and I start petting her, she'll usually just leave. She'd be like, look, I'm here for the potential rewards, not your company. And she'll storm out. And Florence refuses to play Wolfmouth. Well, see, here you go. But I do feel bad because Amanda was the one who adopted her. And Amanda first fell in love with her. And they definitely did. At first, there was very decidedly, she was a mama's girl. She was very, and she liked me. She liked me from pretty early on, but for a long time, or the first probably couple months, it seemed like she was more of a mama's girl. She liked both of us, or she's more of a mama's girl. And then, I think probably because of the playing and taking her on walks and all the other stuff, she started tilting more like, oh, like this is the guy that, like, the fun stuff happens if you hang around this guy. You get the good things happen. You get to go on walks and you get wolf mouth and stuff like that. But still, one thing that she'll do is she's a lot more affectionate with Amanda. So Amanda gets a lot more of like the super sweet long cuddles that last for 5 minutes and stuff like that, where it's sort of like I almost feel like used. And Billy comes and she'll give me a little snug, like, hey, happy to see you. Okay, stop petting me. It's time to play. Like, she'll immediately... It's like, let's get down to business. None of this cuddly bullshit. That's what mom's for. Right now, I want to do Wolf War. Come on, let's go. The cat only loves you. She tolerates other people. But I think cats can be a lot more like that, though. Because cats are not as people-centric a lot of times. Or they'll only bond to, like, one person. I mean, some cats like everybody, but...
If it weren't for the creepy oracle and the invading roots, this place would be kind of nice.
Wait, I feel like we've really come a far way from that treasure that I wanted to get to. Although I'm really not seeing a way over there. Oh, wait, can I... I do not think there's a way in hell I can jump across. What is that thing, though? Is that one of his mechanisms? Oh, I don't think I want to mess with that. I'm a little... Or do I? This seems pretty remote to be one of his mechanisms. I think that spread... That's a pretty big spread. That might be based on my perception. Critical chance, maximum range for weapons. Wands, guns, and bows will be more effective at longer distances. Okay, so definitely perception is another skill that benefits my class as well. Because I'm like, how come it won't aim, it won't go where I'm trying to make it go? And part of it's because at this range, I can't hit shit with my wand. Did I pick up any bows? I should keep a bow with me. Just in case there are situations like this where I want to shoot something from a distance. I don't usually use it in combat. Alright, hold on. Let's do a little treasure sense. I'm hearing the tinkle tinkle of treasure too. Am I hearing the one from all the way over there? Ah, there's something up there. Alright, there's definitely more verticality than here. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. I'm guessing probably we're gonna double back and come back to the same chamber from a higher vantage point. What is that thing? I wonder if I could shoot lightning at that thing I was just looking at. Alright, so I think that raised a gate. Let me go back and see if I can shoot that thing with lightning. I don't feel like lightning has that much range, but I don't think I've ever tried using it to test how far I can hit something with it. Ooh, oops, wrong one. No, I don't think I was hitting that at all. Let me try one more time. Cool down. Nope, I'm not hitting nothing with that. And I'm using a bunch of my magical points. I forget what they're called in this game. Does it say if I look at my character screen? Essence! That's what it's called. I see explosive barrels over there. Alright, noted. No, nothing regenerates over time. Unless you have a special ability that does it. I mean, for the most part, that's also what food... Oops. Cancel throw. Whoops. That's also what food is for. And if you do food, there's... I've got a ton of food. I was collecting a lot of... You can cook back at your camp, so you can find food, and you can find ingredients and cook food. And I got so many, I don't really need to be stingy about it. Like, I could hit this, and then it would, like, regenerate over time when the food is active. And the food doesn't last super long, but it, you know, it'll usually replenish it. The reason I'm not overly concerned is because if I do get into combat and I'm still relatively high on the mana, I'm not likely to run out. And also, that's the most efficient way of getting your mana regenerated is when you're killing things, they drop those little orbs that you can collect and regenerate them that way. Alright, there's obviously something in that room. Now, we didn't fight in here, did we? There are elements of this room, like the explosive bits and stuff, that's making me think there's going to be a fight. But I've been wandering around here for a while, and I honestly can't remember if there was stuff in here that I killed when I walked in, because you know how I am.
There's the relic. It can't be as easy as just grabbing it.
I'm very suspicious that would be just that easy.
A lot of ancient ruins, but you don't have to be an expert tomb robber to think this is probably a trap.
Yeah, I'm glad I've got two people here to warn me. Yeah, probably don't just grab it. Maybe I need a bag of sand that I can swap it. Definitely some stuff going on over here. How do I get over there? Oh, it's barred. Okay. do I get in there? It looks like... Okay, it looks like there might be a tunnel coming from the other direction back there. Alright, well first let's shoot some lightning at this thing. Optional retrieve the relic. I'm feeling a little not 100% sure about grabbing the relic until I have a better idea of what's going on here. One thing I have learned in this game is sometimes your choices do have consequences. And if they're warning you that the thing might kind of like not go the way you want it to, that can affect stories. So the big example, and it's not going to ruin my game or anything, but the big example that I can think of is in town. There was a section of the town that was sort of like run by the local gang, but they were kind of like, they were kind of restrained. Like you go in there and there's this huge like ogre that was their boss, and I walked. No one was attacking me, but they're all looking kind of threatening, like watch your step. And then I talked to him, and he was a little bit of an ass, but he was also, I kind of liked him. And he's like, no, I'm not gonna attack you, but you just give me any reason, and I will, whatever. And a few minutes later, I come across this merchant that's getting shaken down by some thug, and I'm trying to tell the thug to leave him alone, and they're like, "This is none of your business. Stay out of this." And even the merchant, to an extent, is almost like not exactly asking for my help. But I kept pushing it, saying, "You need to step away from this guy." And he was like, "Fine, you want to play it this way?" So he attacked me. And then once I got in a fight with him, it triggered all the other gang members in that section to start coming after me. And within like 30 seconds, the big ogre dude that I talked to earlier was there and like trying to take me down. And I killed him. And now he's not in the game anymore. So probably, again, didn't necessarily ruin my game. But when I met that ogre, I was thinking like, oh, is this like, am I going to be able to develop, some sort of an alliance with this guy somehow or whatever? And so I was a little sad when I had to put him down. I mean, I said something sassy and he laughed, and he was like kind of amused by it. And I was like, hey, maybe this guy's not so terrible. He laughed at my joke. A sarcophagus. All right. So this didn't exactly open up a whole new path for me. I mean, the fact is, if it gets to the point where I don't have anything to do except grab the relic, I feel like there's got to be something for me to do here.
One moment.
Something that's not just stealing the relic. There's a whole tunnel that goes this way. If I can just... I keep thinking maybe there's like an explosive wall or something here. Now this is a door that's barred from the other side. So this is not something that I can lob a grenade at. I know from experience. This is not something I can lob a grenade at. And you know what? Have I ever tried? I know it's not a broken one. When you first run into one of those weak walls, you get a pop-up tip telling you, oh, if you throw something explosive at this, it'll break this wall. The barred doors seem a little more permanent. But now that I think about it, I haven't actually ever tried throwing a grenade at it. And no, it did not unlock the door. I'm starting to run out of options. I don't want to, I don't want to go after that. I don't want to take the relic, but I'm starting to feel like maybe taking the relic is what's going to move this along. Well, there's this explosive thing. Let me see. like sometimes hitting one of those will cause something unexpected to happen. Like the explosion will lead to something else that opens a path that you maybe didn't know was there. But that didn't happen. I'm feeling very nervous that I'm missing something. I should just grab the relic. So whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Because I don't think I've run back and forth a bunch of times. I don't think there's anything I can do by shooting something through these gaps. Gonna look through the other one last time. Does Millie's hair develop a lot of tangles? So far it hasn't, but we've actually probably had her groomed maybe more than we should. So part of it's probably because she hasn't gone long enough between groomings for that to become an issue. Because, you know, I had a very similar breed combination growing up, and that dog did, especially in the winter when they're first thicken up, she did have problems with matting. The thing is with Millie, while we keep, you know, bathing her more often, is, you know, she does most of her peepees and poopies out on pads that we place on the patio. And, you know, we change it once or twice a day, depending on, you know, if we look out in the middle, towards the end of the day, usually once a day at least, but if we look out and it's a complete mess, we'll change it as needed. But with that, we don't change it like as soon as she does her first little piddle though, because she'll do little piddles and stuff all day. So she'll have pee on the pads, and then it's out on the patio, which she's always running back and forth from inside to outside to go like look at cars going by and whatever else. And then sometimes she'll oversaturate the pad, and it'll run over onto the patio, and she'll end up laying in it. So we end up having like, and we've tried. She hates it when we bathe her, but we've done that a few times, and we're just not that good at it. So what'll happen is pretty much with Millie, over the course of, you know, a few weeks, she just starts accumulating this potty smell. So that often when we are going to do the like pet hotel, they have full grooming services. So we'll, you know, pay an extra $50 or whatever it is to do the grooming. Unrelated, you feel like this game does better dungeon design than Skyrim? Maybe. I mean, it is. I think game design in general has progressed over the last 15 years, so it could be benefiting just from that if you have a good team. But yeah, and I think that's a funny thing. Like Joss, I don't know how many mods you have, but you can install hundreds, or maybe in Joss's case thousands of mods to change Skyrim, to change the graphics, improve the graphics, all this other stuff. But you can make it so it's like you need the most powerful computer alive to handle all the graphical mods that you can put on it, and it's still not going to look as good as a game that runs 10 times better on your system that was made in the last couple years, just because of all the advancements in like game engines and that sort of thing. Game engine efficiency. But I think Skyrim had some good dungeon design. I think you spent a lot of time in those dungeons and they started getting repetitive. But Skyrim was those were handmade dungeons. It wasn't like Oblivion where they're procedurally generated, right? Just over 2,000. Yeah, I know you had a lot. My brain keeps thinking, I can't be remembering right that he's like multiple thousands, but yeah. No, and I think Skyrim, I like the way Skyrim looks too. And I know you can get Skyrim with mods looking pretty stunning. But occasionally, you know, I'll see the graphics of new games coming out or play new games coming out and think, oh yeah, some of the new games that come out these days, they perform well on modern systems and they just look better than something like a 15-year-old game, no matter how heavily you mod it. There are games that come out today that just are going to kick its ass in terms of graphical quality just because Skyrim's engine is not capable of producing the same level of graphics as a modern engine is. You're perfectly content with Skyrim graphics? Yeah, and I like I keep saying, I like Skyrim graphics, and I think they're good graphics. And I think with modding, you can make some pretty stunning graphics with lighting and you know, you can also upgrade. But even just vanilla Skyrim, I think has good graphics. They are dated at this point. I think the biggest the biggest emphasis of that is when I played Skyrim in VR, and you get to see like the textures right in front of your face, life-sized, and suddenly you're like, oh, yeah, this is. I mean, it's true. Any game, if you did that, would start maybe not holding up quite as well to scrutiny. But you know, I played Half-Life Alyx too, and that game looked pretty stunning in real life scale in VR. And Skyrim was like, oh yeah, definitely feeling big and blocky in the graph and the, you know, textures and that sort of thing. Not so good. Still fine for you. But you're not going to say like you did with this game, Skyrim's graphics are fucked. But I don't mind. All right, I'm going to do it. I've been like really, I'm going to save though first. All right, I think I'm going to... No! He told me not to touch it. I think I just fucked this up.
Something's moving in the main chamber. We'd better get moving too.
There's more. Oh, out of stamina. Apparently, wagging waves at people takes a lot out of a guy. Godless Executioner? I don't like the sound of that.
One moment.
Oh, hey. We are. You guys are just coming out everywhere, aren't you? Oh, that's my friend. Whoa!
Who's ready for more? That ought to be all of them, right?
All right.
That was fun.
Well, now I know what happens when I grab the relic. I'm still a little I'm still feeling like maybe that wasn't the best idea. We'll see. See, you don't need crazy graphics. You trade those for games not to be 80 gigs. Yeah. I mean, I won't lie. If a game is designed that has good graphics and they're really making good use of the graphics engine, what did I get? What did I just pick up? Common greatsword. No, don't need that. Common dagger. Don't need that. Common grimoire of elements. Do not. No, I've already got an upgraded version of that. Don't need that. Common pistol. Do not need that. I'm keeping the common sword because that's the sword that I was using to be in the game, and I'm not. I should just break it down, but I'm not 100% sure that I like the dagger better, even though it's a superior weapon to the sword. Let me see. Can I show the third person fighting in a less intense fight? Yeah. Yeah, I've never even tried fighting in third person. I have heard people, you know, like reviewers or people who covered this game on YouTube saying, like one guy, I think he said he did basically play the whole game in third person and he thought it worked fine. Because he just doesn't like first person, which is, you know, I think a lot of people feel that way. They don't care for first person. What was that? Oh, that was my guys following me. I thought I heard a choking sound. Man, I can't hit shit. I need to increase my perception. All right, for all that, did I at least open up how to get through this little... I mean, the whole reason I took the thing is because I thought it might open up a passageway for me. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Oh, no.
Quiet, Nimdut.
This was here the whole time and I missed it? History of Living Lands 4 redacted. Alright, well that's something I'll take a look at a later point, maybe. Oh, oh! Maybe that wasn't the best spot to try a third-person fight. I'll bet that prophet dude or whatever is called, he's gonna be pissed. Common plate armor? Yeah, it's too heavy. That I'm just gonna bust up right now. Green, light, okay. Yeah. Now get rid of it. Oh! Oh yeah, you can do cosmetic stuff too. So, like, I'm still wearing the breastplate, which is a medium, considered medium armor, but you can make your cosmetically look like anything you want. That actually looks kind of cool, but all right, I'm gonna break it down. Your friends very much look like they want to hit you. Why would you say that? They like me. They like me. All right, so I think this whole chamber over here was just like a place to find a little bit of extra treasure. I was afraid this might have been necessary to progress the plot. Speak to Ophrich. Oh, he's gonna be mad. Is Ophrich the prophet? Now I can't remember who anyone is. Oh. Want to know what happened here? The expedition team. Oh, did I? Okay, you found... Say Cademan, whatever. You see no sign of the expedition. Perhaps you find the expedition team in the temple depths. They made it sound like I found them. I'm not sure exactly. Optional. Continue searching for the expedition. Okay. Return to the Oracle. You found the splinter deep inside the complex. Deliver it to the Oracle to help him complete his statue. Ooh. Oh, so maybe I didn't ruin it yet for him. That's kind of like a dilemma. Do I want to give this guy this thing so he can complete whatever this thing is he's working on? I'm often getting the sense that the Empire I work for are often what you would call the baddies. Hey!
Better a flood than a cave-in.
Well, this did change things out here. And that was probably the result of maybe taking the relic. Alright, hold on. Now I can get over here. Well, no, I'm going to come over here and get the treasure. Empires are never bad? That's a good point, Joss. Alright, there's a way out there. Let's see. But, oh! Oh, yeah. Okay. Now I can finally get that. Wait, where was it? I would have thought it was like right here. Oh, maybe I can swim to that thing now. Nope, still can't. Brad, you love empires? Alright, did I screw myself by jumping down? No, I can get out over here. There's just so much more to look at now that I can, Hey, is that a bag? I didn't notice that bag before. It's probably from the things I killed earlier. Alright, I can very easily get out of the water. Alright, gonna do my little ice trick. And I can use lightning on this guy. And boy, there's a lot going on in this room. Took a lot of aggression on that last one. Something, something, dark side, something, something complete. What was he talking about? I don't know. I wasn't really listening. Go Empire. Alright. So... Oh! I don't... I was like, oh, did I need to cast ice again? But no, I don't need... I can literally just climb up onto this thing. Alright. Now, is there a way to get... That looks like probably a way out. But there was also some of that treasure up above here. So I'm going to re-explore where I just was and see if there's more ways to go, like, further up. And yes, I do believe there is. Here we go. Now that's some video gaming for you. Alright, let's, part of the reason I keep breaking stuff down is because, you know, that's heavy. And I've got a common greatsword back at my base. In case I ever decide I want to try being a two-hander and respec. Eat some bone meal? Oh. Nick C. With the bone meal flex. Well, I mean, I can't remember, Nick. Is bone meal any good even? Didn't we talk about this a long time ago? Oh, can I get something back there? Or did I just discover every... Okay, I think this was all that there was to be discovered further up. But I also feel like I need to look here real quick. Alright, that I already checked. Alright. Pro gamer. Kind of lawyer. I don't know. I don't even know. I'm not really a pro gamer or pro lawyer. You don't remember, Brad? Yeah, I kind of want to know too. I mean, I know that they use bone broth in my Shin Black. And that makes it extra fancy. I can only imagine a similar principle apply if you just went straight to the source. You just have bone meal written down with a winky face next to it? Well, that sounds like it probably like a way of saying, hey, this kid's A-okay. Yeah? What else could it mean? A winky face? That's like a friendly expression. Alright. And I think I've looked at everything there is to find back there. Yeah? Who knows? I probably missed some stuff. I think I did a pretty thorough sweep of the place. I feel like we may have screwed some things up in here. Alright.
One moment.
Why else would it be a winky face? That's a good question. I don't know, but I don't always trust the winky face. I mean, could the winky face be like playing a trick on us? I don't know. Alright, what's going on back here? What is going on down here? Have I been, I don't think I've been down here.
Something's not right here. Take a look around.
I don't like it when Kai says something's not right. This is another thing these look like they're all... Oh, is this the expedition? Yeah, it is Garrus from Mass Effect. Ah, here we go. New orders came down from Darren today. We're to be sent to the Living Lands. The Diplomatic Corps has established an embassy in the city port of Paradis. And they need support cataloging the unusual ruins there. No doubt it will take months, perhaps a year or two at the very least. I'd promised Rudwin I'd be in High Crown to celebrate Inestu with him and the children, especially since it'll be Miri's coming of age, but how often are you given the opportunity to lay the foundation of study for previously undiscovered ancient culture? I'm sure he'll understand. And Miri, well, I think my daughter will be glad I'm gone. Oh, that sucks. This was the guy, he was talking about his captain who used to be good, but like changed lately and was starting to be reckless. I think maybe she got that dream rot disease. Anyways, it's not like the gods are making new continents. The world is getting smaller every day. So this is really going back. It's before she even came to these lands. So we're really getting her life story here. But I think this is relevant to the quest, so that's why I'm not just skipping over it like I would some blank lore. Or just a lot of background is just fleshing out the world, which is great that they do that, but I don't always want to spend an hour on stream reading that stuff aloud. It always seems as though the moment I finally get my sea legs, we're pulling into harbor. And a charming harbor it is, despite what Darren told me, not nearly so dangerous as the clerks in High Crown warned. I swear on the Queen, half my countrymen resent any city that isn't the Emperor's purely on principle. There was a letter waiting for me when I arrived at the embassy. I suppose Rudwin sent it before I left. The cowards filed for dissolution of our marriage, but he couldn't muster the stones to tell me to my face. Well, man, she's just having a time, isn't she? Let him assume it never arrived, for I certainly won't dignify it with a reply. This whole episode has given me a blinding headache. A horrible pinching sensation right behind my eyes. I think this is when she's starting to get the brain disease. Or, you know, just stressed because she's having a shitty life, you know. It's stress or dream rot. Wouldn't want to waste time on stream on anything but gameplay. That's right, Nick. We've had a few days to settle into life at the embassy while the powers that be argue about how to best make use of us. While I was resting, the ambassador's clerk took the scouts out to some dreadful little swill house in a rough part of town. Naturally, a couple of the younger lads poisoned themselves with alcohol. The mother in me wants to be furious, but I can hardly muster the energy. As long as Ofric's voiding his stomach in the canals instead of the bunkhouse, it's not my business after all. I think I'll take the team to Fort Northreach to see if we can't help their archivist identify the purpose of the godless ruins there. The ruins from the ancient times in general, they're referred to as godless because any study they do does not indicate that they worship the gods that like the present people think are real. So they're like, that's the big standout to them. How do they not know about the gods that we worship? These people that lived like thousands of years ago. Man, they must have been godless. Like idiots. Anyways. Blessed New Year. The team acquitted themselves well at the fort. With Caedmon's help, I was able to get down into the basement of the ruins there and take a good look at the construction. Naturally, I left notes I took at the fort. I feel like I can hardly think these days, but I think I remember enough of what I learned to write a satisfactory report for the ambassador. Could those ruins have been the site of a fertility temple? I mean, goodness, look at the shape of their buildings. The Steel Garrote. I'm probably saying that wrong. The Steel Garrote is a paladin order, but they're like super fanatical paladins. And, I mean, their person in charge is called an Inquisitor. And a little background on the Inquisitor that I've heard. I haven't met her yet, but she died at some point. And she was so obsessed with her goal that she became this sort of undead creature. It's like apparently a thing that can happen if someone dies, but they're like too overly fixated on some goal or aim in life, and they come back as kind of like a lich type of thing. And the longer that they live that way in that form, they just become less and less human and more like intensely and blindly fixated on whatever that goal that's keeping them alive is. So she's apparently become kind of a not a nice person at this point. This is backing up my speculation that perhaps, you know, this is considered like an ally or some sort of aspect of the Empire that, you know, maybe we're not the good guys. That's actually how you hear Garrote pronounced. It's just one of those words I don't think I've ever really encountered before, or at least used. Okay, so the Inquisitor attached to the embassy has uncovered a rumor of a holy relic in a cave here in Dawnshore, and she suggested we might want to investigate. I know I should be eager to get down there to explore, but I've hardly been able to get out of my bedroll since we've returned to Paradis. Okay, she's sick. I'll bet there's a cursed tablet with my name on it that Rudwin's installed at the Temple of Skane back in High Crown. Nothing else could explain the hideous nightmares I've been having. Mushrooms erupting from my skin, my eyes replaced by quivering stalks, Miri turning into a tree, Rudwin splitting in hair and opening like a flower. No matter what drug I take or to which god I pray, they refuse to go away. One of the choking wires. Oh, right, okay. Oh, yeah, I think I had one of those in the Thief games. or one of those games. Maybe it was the Dishonored. Does Splinter Cell have those too? I think Splinter Cell. Some of those stealthy games, I know I've used them before. You strangle people with it. I collapsed while we were gearing up in the market. None of the merchants would help me off the ground. One of them muttered something about a soul plague and ran off to tell his mates. I tried to tell the man I wasn't sick, I just was going through a divorce. But I couldn't speak. It was like my tongue had turned to mud. Okay, so this is one of these things. They're aware in the island that there's some sort of plague happening. They don't think it's made its way into the city. But she's talking about being in the city, I think, and being all fucked up. So, spoiler alert, probably that shit's in the city already. The Inquisitor pulled me aside when the boys got me back to the embassy. She was able to press the locals for more about the relic. Apparently it was taken from Aethys' Titan skeleton, the very one I made my reputation discovering, and it's well known for the ability to heal anyone who holds it. I cannot delay any longer. I must find it. Okay.
Well, we found the expedition. Looks like they've only been dead a few hours. But how did they get in here?
They didn't come the same way we did. I'll remind you, we had to swim here. And look, there's no way these people died of natural causes. Murder usually leaves a mark.
It's like every member of the expedition team just collapsed.
Arcane Scholar. I've seen something like this before. In the creation of animates? Would that be zombies?
Do I even want to know what an animat is?
An animancer could explain it better, but they're basically suits of armor brought to life by bound souls.
Right. I knew I didn't want to know.
The Oracle couldn't have put the expedition's souls in the statue of Aethys, right?
Could the Oracle's plan have something to do with Aethys vanishing at Ukaizo?
There's still a lot of debate over what even happened at Ukaizo. Perhaps the Oracle knows the truth, or perhaps he's just as lost as we are. Aethys is a dangerous god associated with Eora's bloodiest wars, and he recently killed thousands of people in Deadfire. Now, we have a piece of him, and we're about to face a maniac who wants it desperately. Tread carefully.
Oh, shit. I don't know. I feel like Kai usually has a pretty good sense of what's going on, and he's making it sound like maybe we shouldn't give it to this guy. But yeah, I'm sure there were tons of lawyers in the divorce. Waiting back in the Empire, sure. Alright, I definitely need to invest in my perception, because I can't shoot this worth shit. Okay. Wow, all this stuff can be broken? Okay, can I just cast a fire spell and just like... That didn't work as dramatically as I'd hoped. Alright, I don't think I'm going to break all these things anyways. I really want to. I got rid of that oh, I can still wear my common sword. Alright. When you absolutely have to break everything in the room, a sword works better. And probably I'm not gonna find anything from doing all this breaking, but you know. I don't think so. Alright, that's enough. Let's get my wand back into the build. They're the ones that operated the guillotines? Alright, on the binding of souls. Is this gonna be relevant? Removal of the soul is a difficult process, requires an expert hand. Okay, this is generally about animancy. Process of soul transference, benefit of infusing forged work with the essence of animals and wild, but remains to be seen whether we might see greater gains from the souls of Kith. But what of the divine soul? Okay, string of notes, one around. And below this paragraph, beginning with criminals, prisoners of war, and volunteers, and ending with Forge Guardian and block letter. I have a feeling this is maybe about the robot thing. And so maybe this this prophet oracle dude, he's like, I didn't see your expedition. I think maybe he's been sucking the souls out of people to try to feed to his god monster. For Henry VIII. All right, there you go. Read more in journal. All right, I'm starting to think the Oracle is a bad guy. Is there more journal to read? All right, that's the fireplace. I don't need to crawl. I don't need to crawl my ass in there. All right, I think we've seen everything there is to see in this little room we've discovered. I jumped down from up there. Now the question is, how the hell do I get... Oh, here we go. I think I can come through here. Or not. How do I get back? Oh, this is where I just was. All right. How do I get back to where I was before I fell down here? Can I throw a grenade at this thing? Okay, watch yourselves, guys. I mean, I don't think there's any way for me to jump back up there. Maybe I do need to break some more shit. Is there a way through here? Probably if I... Well, I was able to climb up here before. Is there some secret passage back here I'm missing? I mean, I feel like I'm in a very stupid version of being stuck. Like, I'm just not realizing something obvious. Because this game is generally not big on literally putting you in a place where you can't get out. Or it's, like, super hard to find a way to get out. I'm definitely not getting back up the way I came. This definitely looks like a door. I don't know how to open it. Can I get up? Can I grab this thing somehow? Oh, I did. Okay. No way I can jump back up from here? Oh! Oh my god! Okay. That did not look like a thing I was going to be able to do. Alright, hopefully my AI friends will find a way out. Alright. So this is just a little secret nook that we found. That's usually the kind of sound when monsters are about to jump out at you. What is going on over there? Oh! Oh, I see now. Alright, kind of not sure what the point is. This looks like it's the back side of that door, too. I mean, I've already gone back there, but now I kind of feel like there's some sort of trick to what's going on here that I want to... Woohoo! I don't know why that worked. And I also don't know why, you know, I've already been in there, so... It's just I can't leave it when it looks like there's something to be discovered there.
Why has he come here? Why does he build the idol in this place?
Yeah, I feel like letting this guy finish his idol might be a bad idea. Oh, I've been up here before. Suddenly occurred to me, I hadn't checked to see if they have a dungeon map when you're in the dungeon. They don't.
Even the flood could not stop him. Fealty or sickness?
Oracle's up ahead. Be ready for anything.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Worried for you when the earth shook.
Lies like wasps.
Uh-oh. I feel like the voice is gonna know this guy's full of shit. If it says he's lying, I kind of believe the voice.
You have been gone some time. Do you carry the splinter of Aethys?
No. Alright, we're gonna change the subject. I found the bodies of the expedition team in your workshop. Did you kill them?
Ah, I did not expect you to be so thorough in your explorations.
He's a bad guy.
Nevertheless, I am impressed.
You're a bad guy.
As to whether I killed them, well, that is a matter of semantics.
That's what a bad guy would say.
Does death occur the moment the heart ceases beating, or when the soul is broken upon the wheel? In one sense, then they are quite dead. In another, they remain very much alive. In either case, they have entered a state of change, and the impetus was mine.
See, a soul on the wheel is broken into its constituent parts. The person the soul once constituted is gone. Or I could use my perception, just say, yeah, you're going to put that soul in the statue, aren't you? Yeah, I'm just going to go straight for it.
Yes, you and you alone see my purpose clearly. You see, I have given them the opportunity to be part of something larger than themselves.
Oh, nice guy.
With your help, I shall give them a new commission. To prosecute the redemption of a god.
Nah, I think this is all a terrible idea. It's a godlike's responsibility to hold their god accountable. How do you expect to redeem? By making them prisoners? Why? What could possibly be the point? How do you expect to redeem Aethys?
Do you carry the relic I asked you to collect?
I do carry it.
Excellent. The relic you have retrieved was stolen from Aethys' body. He is bound to it.
Oh, shit.
Or it to him. And before the events at Ukaizo, he would speak to me through it. He speaks to me no longer, but I believe he resonates with the splinter yet, as I do. If I am correct, when it is placed in the statue, the magnifying power of the Ardra will draw him into it, and he will be trapped. Locked into the reliquary with a chorus of furious souls acting as his conscience. He will finally begin the work of making right all the wrong he has done. All that is left is for you to place the splinter into the statue's chest. Will you do it?
Kai, I'm gonna ask my friends. I know what they're gonna say. Hey, let's see what you guys think. Kai, Marius?
Me? If I ever suggest helping some crazy Nimdu bring a statue to life for religious reasons, please kill me then and there.
Look, I'm all for second chances, but restoring the god who started the Saints' War and left a trail of corpses and Deadfire? Even I concede that's a bad idea.
Yeah, they're making sense.
And I can't imagine a worse fate than spending an eternity as one of those poor souls stuck with him. I've heard I can change him before.
There's no way this will work. What happens if your god abandons his domain in the beyond? You know what? I'm just gonna flat out say it. Nah, I'm not doing this shit.
I see. Why?
Because it's fucked up. That's why. I can't help you bring him back in the world. He's too dangerous. That's one reason. Animancy is forgiven. No, I don't think that by itself is a good reason. I don't want to help you. That's reason enough. I mean, that is a reason, but I prefer to, like, let him know that it's because, you killed innocent people to advance your own sick goals. That's more of the various options. Yeah.
Then I shall simply take the splinter from your
No,
corpse.
you won't. Let's not be hasty. No. If that's how you want to do this, let's do it. This guy needs to be put down.
Arms up! You take it.
That's just.
Oh, I should have done the third
Why
person.
couldn't he have just stuck to sculpture?
Hear us. Follow us. We would speak to you.
Oh, shit. Did we do a good thing? Oh, what is that? A one-handed melee. Fine quality. Last light of day. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Hold on, let's do this. We'll do a comparison here. Yes. All right, now I don't have to use that little dagger anymore. I mean, dagger's cool. Ooh, but the big flaming sword. I like that. All right. I like that better than a dagger. All right, but now this voice spirit of the land wants to talk to me, so I'll go ahead and have a conversation. We're still not 100% sure how far to trust this voice. There's some shady elements to it, but you know.
We sense weight on you. Essence. Yes, we know this melody. A part of the statue, a piece that yearns for its true place. And bind them. Join soul into body.
What?
Let it sing for us.
They want me? Why do you want me to finish the statue?
It dreams in colors we have never seen. Would we use it? We cannot know. It must be complete.
Will something happen if I do that?
Feast? Famine? We could not say. The Adra dulls on
All right. No, I think you just told me you may be going crazy.
an acorn. Possibility.
All right, I'm going to keep looking around instead of doing that thing.
Dear Rose, where does it stop? We do not control its feet. But hurry. The roots twist, The earth heaves underneath the stone. The eaves cannot hold.
Hey, Envoy. Back with us?
Yeah.
Don't get too used to the comforts of paradise.
Okay, no, we're not having that conversation right now. There were those mechanisms that he said don't touch. I feel like I maybe want to do some touching now.
Thoughtless.
Is it? Is it thoughtless? Oh wait, am I actually bringing life back to it? All right, I'm at least gonna come up here, and I haven't been up here. Maybe there's some information up here that will help inform. Or journal. Okay, he's gone, but still with me. What form should a reliquary take that's fit to hold the splinter? Wearing high crown still, I would petition the church for iron, or for ivory, gems, and gold. For this remnant of his holy body is worth all the wealth of the empire and more. Being as I am sequestered here, I will make do instead with the wealth of the land, granite from the tallest peaks, clay from the fertile riverbeds, trunks from the most aged trees. I wonder if that's why this sort of spirit of the land is trying to get me to plug the thing in, because they're like, yeah, this thing's made out of me. I must work without ceasing until it is done. The memory of my lord cannot endure delay. He's beginning to take shape. I thought at first a sanctuary would be appropriate, a temple within this temple of the godless, but when I prayed over my plans for the building's construction, I received a vision from Aethys Titan as it had existed in its time. A body of strange flesh and bone, hundreds of feet tall, astride the land with a pantheon at his side, facing down the forces of chaos like 11 colossal ships of the line. What crisis manifested them and inspired them to act? I know not, but I shall remake him as he was, in my own fashion. Alright, he is complete, but the statue I have made is inert, lifeless, dull. The work of my hand does not dignify the splinter. There is something deficient in it and in me. I must destroy it and begin again. Alright, looks like and he did it again. He made a new. His effigy is formed from granite, clay, and wood still, but they shelter now a precious Adra core. Now, the spirit was saying something about the Adra was preventing it from thinking properly, which makes me even, think, not trust what it says. It glimmers even in the low light of this cavern's ceaseless evenings. He brings the dawn to this penumbral place, as the light of his attention once brought to my soul. In the Empire, they celebrate spring dawn today, or would have prior to the Saints' War. I wonder what of him remains in the beyond after his dissolution at Ukaizo. I long to be with him again. Finally, what if I did not have to wonder? Alright. Voice asks you to place a relic. Once you do, the statue will finally be complete. Didn't the voice say something to the effect of like, we don't know, something fucking awful can happen. We can't think because our brain's being fogged. Place? No, I'm not gonna do that. What I think I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna keep shoot lightning at these things. That's what I think I'm gonna do. No, because this thing is a bad thing. I think it's a bad thing. Maybe I'll learn to regret these conclusions that I'm making right now.
One moment.
All right, can I make it across this? Oh, there we go. There's a thing here. I can very clearly see that there's a way. Yeah, I'm gonna see what's down here. All right, if I jump down there, I won't be able to jump back up. So we'll save that for later. I hear treasure tinkling. Alright, here's the treasure. We'll scrap that common axe. No. Motion. All right, this is just more general history. Is that all there was over here? Alright. Now I'll explore this little place down here. Oh, I've been here already. Okay. Yep, sorry voice. I think you're gonna feel better after I've destroyed this fucking thing. That's my thought. Hopefully I'm not making an enemy of the voice. Afterwards, they'll be like, oh, wait, yeah, that thing was fucking with my head. Thank you for rescuing me.
I'm sick. What is burned cannot prosper.
This is a little bit how I feel at work sometimes.
Ways to free us, gone to waste.
Oh. Oh, no. Is that what that was? They did say something to me once about, like, they would help us, but we had to find a way to help them escape from the spirit realm they were in. Was that the opportunity that they meant? The thing is, they were talking so incoherently before, I was like, I don't... They're talking about, like, they made, like, destroy everything. Can I still talk to you? Alright, oh well. I mean, I made my choice. I'm gonna live with it. But yeah, it reminds me a lot of how my job works right now. I don't really know what I'm doing, but it's probably gonna have a big impact somewhere. Let me just see what happens when I start pushing these buttons. Alright, well, I'm curious to see the next time the voice talks to me. I'm gonna walk right by this coming in?
The Oracle might have been a creepy, murdering Korba, but he sure kept a nice home.
You think?
Guess his work on that statue didn't leave much time for renovations.
Incomplete lecture. Oh, I already looked at this. Okay.
One moment. Never thought I was so relieved to see Parodies. Well, certainly experience of some kind. Let's go catch him.
Oh, whoops. Alright. There's just some 3D combat.
I think I sprained my shoulder.
Ah, that's too bad. Alright, so where the hell have I ended up right now? Alright, I think I want to make my way back to town, actually. I know there's other stuff to be done out here, but I kind of wouldn't mind getting back to town. And I could fast travel back. Oh, there's is that a camp area? Like, okay. I'm going to make my way over there, because then I can teleport back to that point later. And that's a big, scary-looking boar, but they're not hostile. I don't even think you can engage them in combat. These guys are hostile.
Show me what you got. Let's see what you got.
I mean, it was cool seeing that force field, the yellow force field. You couldn't really see that the way it was. I didn't know I was being surrounded by like a big golden sphere. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, he's gone. Oh.
Here we go.
We make a good squad.
I haven't spent much time running around in third person. I hear a treasure. Alright. Getting sidetracked. I wasn't planning to explore this location yet. I was just coming over to this crystal. These crystals where you can set up camp, basically. And then often your guys have things they want to talk to you in camp.
You should keep an eye on that scrape on your arm. You don't want it to get infected.
It barely even counts as a scrape.
That's the worst kind of flesh wounds. Lots of open skin contact. Snapflies like the peeled skin. Fog mites love the blood.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about.
I have some tanglewort in my pack. That you cleared right up.
Okay. If you insist.
You can thank me later. That's what I'm here for.
These guys have kind of a cute relationship. Usually it's kind of like bickering and them kind of messing with each other, but I like them.
Look, Marius, if you ever want to talk about anything, you know I'm here, right?
Right. Appreciate that, but I'm all right.
If you ever change your mind, the offer stands.
Okay, Amaku. I'll keep that in mind.
Something on your mind? This is a far cry from the feasts and featherbeds you must be used to.
All right. I don't think I've got
Should
any...
I break out the booze?
Oh, I do have things to ask him about. Usually if they have a specific thing they want to talk to you about, you'll get like a little icon letting you know. But this time he just has extra dialogue. You got a lot to say about second chances.
I'm well past seconds myself, if we're counting. Even decent people make mistakes, and the rest of us can grow with a little time and grace.
Perception, and what mistakes are you still running from?
If I had to list them all, we'd be talking all night. Anyway, if this place can't give us misfits and screw-ups a second chance, what hope do we have?
I think I already asked him about this. Yeah, talking about the other companions.
You've heard everything I have to say about our crew.
All right, and he doesn't have anything else to say
Sure.
about Don Shore.
What's on your mind?
No.
Night. On
See if he's got more to say.
Right. What do you want to know?
Heard anything interesting out there?
Huh. Heard an envoy from Adir showed up and got himself killed. Other than that, nothing.
Hey, that was me.
Honestly, I don't listen out for gossip much. I don't know what to tell you.
What can you tell me about Don Shore?
Lovely place, as the Living Lands goes. I advise most people to stay around here if they're looking to settle. Paradise isn't the safest place in the world, but it is the safest place in the lands. Walls and guards go a long way out here. Other than that, you've got bits of forest, grassland, some caves, cliffs, and all sorts of things to get you into trouble. This is the easiest place to survive in the Living Lands. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Heard anything interesting out there?
Word is the hunting in the Strangle Root has been a lot better since someone cleared out the diseased bear that lived out there.
That was me.
I never hunt out there, but a lot of people owe someone a word of thanks and a half a jug of Wodak.
I say that was us. I said if I ever find out who killed that bear, I'll let them know.
If we haven't heard by now, we probably won't. A good hunter does the job and doesn't ask for credit.
Ah.
At least the people who hunt out there aren't going to get killed by a plague-ridden bear. That's something.
You have any tips for surviving in Don Shore?
Let's see. Normally you look for some shelter first. Cut down a few small trees, gather moss to keep the wind out. Nothing too elaborate. With so little tree cover, you want to keep moving. The reeds near the coast make great fibers for rope, so you can lash branches together and make a decent roof. Of course, we're always moving, so we just make a quick camp and carry on. So you don't have to worry about all that.
Yeah, could this have turned into a crafting survival game? All right, that's enough.
Right. Good talk.
And you can upgrade items. I think I'll upgrade. Oh yeah, I got plenty. I'm gonna upgrade the breastplate I've been using. And the grimoire. Can I keep upgrading it? Requires 1,200 gold? I didn't realize I was paying that much money. Alright, never mind. And these things are higher level, so I don't have the right resources to upgrade.
By the way, I never met that Orlin girl before in my life.
What Orlin girl?
You remember. The one in the camp in Shadow Peaks? With the thing on her head?
Oh, yeah. Nice eyes, chipped tooth. Thinking about her again, huh?
You thought we had a past or something. But I'd never seen her before in my life.
We could see her again if you want. I think she liked you.
Well, anyway, just wanted to clear that up. Yeah, a good talk.
A little awkward conversation.
Some women like the brooding, mysterious types. You just gotta work on your small talk.
Alright. And exit here. This is basically rest for the night and exit party camp. It will also, if you've fast traveled to a campsite from another location, it will ask you if you want to exit the camp where you are, or if you want to, you can basically just be dropped right back wherever you were when you fast traveled there. So if you're out in the wilderness and you fast travel to camp to sleep, you can go right back.
We feel them rumble beneath the surface. We smell conflict. Kith turn on kith. We do not understand.
Kith, you mean... the Living Land seems like a complicated place. People always fight over something. It's just a question of what. There you go.
They come on foreign ships, exiles grafted from other trees. The salt clings to their hair, the scent of distant shores to their skin.
Most of them come for a better life.
New growth from dead wood. Why?
Yeah, I think to start again is good. I think escape war, poverty, hunger, all those things. Start again is more general. Yeah.
A new season. Wipe the slate. The ground stirs. New roots seek to grow taller than the old. They bring banners, arrows, swords. What do they seek from us?
They? You mean Adir? We have a right to be here. Okay, I'm not gonna go all Imperial on their ass. All I know is that Adir should tread carefully. I agree with that statement. They want the same thing as the others, power. They didn't expect Paradis to be such a powder keg. I think I'm gonna stick with they should tread carefully.
Claviger's blood on the breeze. Wolves fighting for territory. Is the instinct to conquer innate?
Let's see, I think we're better than that, but life keeps proving me wrong. I was murdered as soon as I got here. Some order wouldn't, well, kill it. Yeah, but I have a feeling that the people that killed me, as much as, you know, I'd like to hold it against them, there's a history that led to that happening. And they used a poison that was specifically supposed to send people to the spirit realm, like some shaman used it. And I ended up having this spiritual experience. So half of me thinks that whoever tried to, quote, assassinate me, they may have known that it was going to put me in league with the spirit instead of killing me. Or they were trying to kill me and it was just a poison. Anyways. There's enough space for everyone. It doesn't have to be this way. I agree with that.
The tiger built his den beside the lions. Anxious peace. Wait. We have forgotten something. A memory we misplaced. We reach for it. It calls to us.
A memory? What kind?
A past. Theirs. Ours. The layers of the land. It whispers in the eastern wilds. This is all we know. We learn much. Sleep now. Dream of warm tides and purple leaves.
He doesn't know about anything about tigers' lions. Well, except that they should be able to live next to each other as friends. In peace. Isn't that what lions and tigers could do? Mutual respect. Alright, now obviously there's a bunch of objectives here. What's that? Oh, because I went in here and I came out here. So one of my bounties was over here. Clearly there's a lot of stuff to do here, but I do want to go back to town, if only because I'm going to end the stream soon. So I just wanted you guys to see the town, and that's the main reason I'm going back there. I'm going to do some stuff when I'm in the town, but I don't think I'm going to do it right now. So I'm just going to jump back to like basically where you get dropped off when you start the game. Yeah, that could definitely happen, Brad. Well, I did fight, Joss. I don't know if you were looking, but I made a point of like the last combat sequence I was in to do it in third person. All right. Now, one thing the game does is it does do a lot of verticality. It just occurred to me to see if this lady's got more lockpicks in stock.
Protect. Time to resupply.
And she does have some lockpicks. I'd run completely out of lockpicks. Luckily, I hadn't run into anything else that needed a lockpick, but, you know. And then if I go to this thing, these are just things that I can sell. The rest of this stuff, I'm going to wait on. Yeah, it's got... Now, you start the game in a pre-area, like you get in a shipwreck, and then you eventually find your way back here. And this sort of when you get to the, like, the game opens up. I think that first part is more like a tutorial. But yeah, I mean, I felt like arriving here is, I like the town. I think at the point where I got here and I just started looking around a little bit, I was like, wow, this is, yeah, I'm kind of impressed. And there's all sorts of little ways to find your way up all those nooks and crannies and treasure chests. They're constantly giving you ways to do that sort of thing. So, like, okay, of course, I've already looked at all the treasure chests. So, a few other things about this game that make it a little different than Bethesda. The monsters don't respawn out in the world. So, when you go through an area and you clear everything, they're gone. They're not. It's not like they're all going to be back the next time you go out there. There's no level scaling, so if you go to a hard area, it's just going to be a hard area. If you get stronger and go back, you're going to be better at fighting them, which I actually like. I'm not a huge fan of level scaling where everything just is always sort of just your level. And then you find, obviously I've already been through here, but now I've come here, and you couldn't get into this building from the ground floor, but now I've been hopping roofs, so now I could find a way in this way. And yeah, that was the treasure chest. I'm not going to use my 3 lockpicks to open that door. Alright, nah. Don't give a shit. I can just leave out one of these holes. And then I had a whole adventure where I climbed up in that lighthouse. It's good times. Oh, shit! Oh! Okay. Wait, I hear the tinkle, tinkle, tinkle of treasure. Here. Shoot that open.
Stand back.
Shoot it open, Garrus. But yeah, I climbed to the top of that lighthouse, had some fun and games up there. And I kind of like this, you know, the city is like obviously partially in ruins. There's ivy growing all over the walls. I just like that whole aesthetic. There's the first camp spot you find. And then the main city is over here. There's all more docks and stuff over there, which I've jumped all through, found treasures, climbed everything, got on roofs. There's like a lot of that to be done. Nothing is vital that you find doing that so far. So you don't, if you're not into that kind of extra exploration, you don't have to do it. It's just you're gonna get extra gold and stuff like that. And then this is the city proper. Well, where we were was just like the docks. And I think there's like a whole I haven't even been to it. I think there's a whole, like, slum area over here. I was warned not to go over there because they don't like people from the Empire. These are the people that have been, like, put out. I think they're refugees from Leslie Island fleeing the plague. But they have not gotten along well with people from my empire, so I'm sure I'm gonna end up having to go in there eventually. I figured I won't go until I have to. So things are a little nicer in here. Up ahead is the embassy. Oh, this is the guy's brother who I rescued. Oh, they're practically twins.
Hey, it's the envoy.
Envoy, hey.
I swear, I owe you the world.
I own the world. He saved my life, remember?
Yeah, you only told me about 100 times.
Hey, where's Yeda? Is everyone else on their way?
Nope. No, I'm not gonna lie. I'm afraid not.
No. Oh, gods. Does he mean?
They didn't make it, Offreak. I'm sorry.
But you saved Cadman. You couldn't save them?
They were dead already.
Well, you didn't try.
What happened?
Relax. All right. The Oracle ripped their souls from their bodies and put them in his statue. Did he have to already put them in his statue? I'm just gonna say the Oracle killed them. There we go.
That godless scum.
Alright, I took them out.
What?
Right. So it could have been worse.
They probably went quickly, if that helps.
I can't understand this.
Hey, Offreak, hey, listen. We always knew that was a risk, right? And we told ourselves.
Better to go out at the bottom of the world or the top. And dying in bed like Granda, asking what if.
Did you avenge them? Is the Oracle dead?
Yeah.
At least they got justice.
And I got my brother back.
Don't be a baby. You would have been fine without me.
What I mean to say is, we're grateful, Envoy.
You're very welcome.
Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to give you this. It belonged to our grandfather. He'd always wanted to join the Corps, but life got in the way. When we were recruiting, he gave it to us to remind us to live well.
I'll treasure it.
Well, I'm sure you've got big Envoy things to do.
I do.
I don't know if you heard, but there's a plague on and everything.
If you're ever in High Crown, look us up.
Yeah, we can drink to the Corps together.
Oh, I nearly forgot. You didn't happen to find that relic, did you?
Oh, shit. I can just give it to him, say it's all yours. Belongs to the people of the living land. It's not. Yeah, I think I'm gonna say that.
I don't think the Corps' higher-ups are gonna see it the same way, but I guess I can't argue with the Emperor's hand-picked envoy. If you're ever back in High Crown, promise to look us up, okay?
I will. Take care, you two.
I wish things had turned out better for the rest of their crew, but I'm glad they made it.
These two will be just fine. I'm sure of it.
One of them may even get a happy ending.
Where are they gonna go to the bathhouse?
Go back to your empire, Imperial.
So they finally sent one of their bootlickers to talk. Is that it?
I could use my might to try to scare this guy down. You know what? One of their bootlickers to talk? I have a feeling if I'm like, please disperse, it's just gonna, like, maybe I need to puff my shoulders up at a guy like this.
They're using their envoys to intimidate the locals, I see.
I feel bad.
You haven't heard the last of us.
All right. You guys look like you really up to no good over here. Oh no, are there people gonna fight me? Rebel trainees? What?
Keep quiet.
Alright, I'm going to third person again, Joss. Where are the other bad guys at? Alright, I think that was it.
All right?
Help! Help! I'm being I think you did say I'm being repressed. Well, especially since I'm ranged, I feel like if I'm gonna do wand attacks and stuff, I think, obviously I've been playing it in first person. I think I prefer first person, but I could see switching out just like for a change, because it is kind of fun seeing like all the animations and stuff like that. What's back here? I didn't notice. Oh my god. I didn't notice all this shit before. Okay, well, obviously there's a lot to discover in these towns. I'm gonna save that for another day. Bows sometimes spells. Yeah, there's a huge thing to explore down that little nook. I hear the tinkling of treasure. Wait, where's my guys? Why did this get removed?
One moment.
I could have sworn I was hearing the tinkling of treasure. Oh well. I was just gonna show you guys the bathhouse. Oh, this is a cool little market over here. I think the city is well designed. Oh, I killed one of the bounties. Did this guy pay me?
Welcome back, Envoy.
I have a bounty to claim.
Show it here.
Octave won't be burning anyone else ever again.
Good. Too many good men and women died because of that bastard. May he face Magran's fires in his next life.
Goodbye.
Be safe out there. You hear?
Dee 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 dee. All right. Although,
I suppose I should see.
probably the gang members are gonna kill me when I try to come up here. The brothel, the bathhouse is in gang territory. All right, I'm gonna keep things sheathed for the moment, just in case. But I have a feeling there's still some gang members up here that are gonna try and kill me that I haven't fought yet. Yep, there he goes. Oh, there they go.
Take your best shot. Watch yourself. Where's my mark?
I guess it works pretty well in third person. Why is my other guy just standing there? Hey!
He
Quiet, Nimdut.
Wow, we're just taking out this whole quarter of town. Oh! Okay, that was just graphic stuff. Yeah, I came through this part of town before, and all these people were just standing around. I didn't realize how many there were, but yeah, this is sort of no joke. I mean, these people aren't super tough to fight, but all right. I think it's time to have a little snack. All right, that was too. I didn't mean to eat that much.
Everyone okay?
All right, I like looting in first person though. Yeah, I think when they were designing this game, they didn't originally have plans to even support third-person gameplay, and then over the course of development, they realized a lot of people would really like it, and so they put it into the game. But like, I don't think it was even originally being designed to accommodate it. I think I did. I ate something ridiculous. All right, let's retrace our steps so I can pick up all the bits and bobs. Pretty sure I just wiped out this entire quarter. Oh, treasures. All right. Oh, more treasure. Treasure. If that's true, the animations really aren't bad in 3D. You like, yeah, they're good. I mean, I think if you're comparing it to a game that was designed to be in third person, you know, they may be a little rough in comparison to that, but I think they're probably better than Skyrim's third person, or at least on par. Hey, it's my special friend.
Don't be a stranger.
Oh. I thought maybe something special could happen in here. Hello, ladies! Oh, they can't. Oh, maybe she's with a client right now.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm the envoy, or envoy, depending on who you ask. I don't really know how to say it. Alright. I like this part of town. It's got kind of like got like an Asian theme, which is kind of cool. Oh, is this
Paradise was built by Pargruning ages ago. It's been maintained by neglectful fools ever since.
Alright, we discovered this before. Oh, alright, here's the rest of them.
Right behind you.
This guy's a little bit tough. I guess he was a pile of ash because he died while he was on fire. Hey. Oh, mushroom.
He sucks so.
All right. Oh, is there a show going on? I guess it's over. I helped that guy, start doing his show the other night, but I guess now he just stays up there. I found him back behind his stage freaking out because none of his co-actors had shown up. And then I was like, hey, you could do a one-man show. And that fixed everything. He's like, yeah, that'd be awesome. And then he let me choose which one he was going to do. Anyways, I'm going to stop playing though. It's almost midnight. I actually did not mean to stream this long because my work thing tomorrow. We're going to be doing a training bright and early, but all right. You'll be hanging out with your friends on Saturday and Sunday since you got off at 6 p.m. both days. You're excited. Well, good for you. Another triumph in schedule adjustment for EV23. Hey, look, I'm up to 16 people again. So it's not as much as what I got while I played Valheim, but it's still, you know, a lot of people show up at midnight apparently. It's just I'd only wonder how many more if I was playing Valheim again. Game seems fun. You add it to your wish list. Yeah, I think I had it on my wish list. I didn't realize it was on Game Pass until the friend I was talking to, I realized he was playing it on Game Pass, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. But it's gotten sort of like I think I'm mostly positive on Steam. I don't really get it, but there are people that, you know, they think it's kind of a meh game. My experience with it, maybe I'm just getting like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are just really critical about stuff, and I play it sometimes and go, oh, this game's really good. There've been a few games like that Star Wars game, Star Wars Outlaws. I was like, that game is pretty good. If you're into that kind of game, to me, this feels like it belongs right there with, you know, games on par with like Skyrim and stuff. Although Skyrim feels like it was a lot more groundbreaking, in some ways. One thing this game doesn't do that I like that happens in Elder Scrolls is, you know, like Skyrim, those people have like their day and night cycles. So like, and there is a day night cycle, but everyone sort of stays in their spot for the most part. And there are people that walk around a little bit, but it's just sort of like random walking. Whereas in like the other Elder Scrolls games, like, like all the people, they leave their stalls, their, you know, merchant stalls for the day, and some of them go home, some of them go to the tavern. If you go to the tavern at night, it's filled with, you know, all the residents of the town. There's some cool stuff that happens in Bethesda games that I've noticed a lack. Most games don't do that, but I always feel a little bit impressed when a game, everyone's got a home, everyone, you know, has at night, things are just different, people are in different places, that sort of thing. It didn't work on your old computer? Weird. Yeah, I can't even speculate as to why that might be the case. I know originally I had some issues with getting it to install to the drive I wanted to, because I have my C drive is an SSD, and it has like a terabyte on it, but I don't want to install most of my games on there because I've got like a 3 or 4 terabyte mechanical drive where I install most of my games, and that's just a ton of space. But that was the only problem I had originally with Game Pass, was getting it to install the games on the D drive. I know earlier on, a few years ago, I did fight with it a little bit. I haven't had any problems with it like in the last year or two, though. Like, it seems like they've gotten better too. So even if it's, I don't know how long ago you tried to use it, but even with your old computer, it's possible if you tried to use Game Pass now, it would work, because it was like they hadn't figured out how to make their crap work good on PC, because they're Xbox people. Well, they're Microsoft too, so I don't know what the deal was, but it was really like they're like, we don't know how to make our Xbox brains work on on those. Oh, just a few months ago. Well, then I don't know then. It wouldn't let you download anything. Weird. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this game. I have this and the Indiana Jones one downloaded. I might download Star Truckers. Indiana Jones, I really want to play it when I'm ready. But that seems like a game that you want to focus on, like, and play it till you're done. And I was looking, and I think the game is like 30 or 40 hours. So it's like I should probably wait until I'm not in the middle of something else. But Star Truckers is the kind of game you can jump into and mess around with, probably, and not have it replace or cut off the other game if you're playing something else. But yep, there goes my now it's midnight. My viewer count keeps ticking up a little bit. Hey, you people are showing up right when I put up my thanks for watching screen. I can't say that it bothers me, but I'm like, well, I've been here for like 4 hours, guys. You should come before. They're like, oh, look, he's on his thanks for watching screen. Let's go check him out. You were trying to play Wolong? Was that on the list? I made a little list of... No, it was Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. I made a list of a few games that are on Game Pass right now that are like on my to-do list. I mean, they got hundreds of games, and there's probably really only about 10 that rose to the top of like, oh, I think I want to check them out. Of course, there's probably, if I had infinite time, there's a ton of games I would probably play that just aren't a priority. Like all the Gears of War games and certain other games, the Halo games. Where I'm just like, yeah, I'd probably enjoy some of those games if I gave them a chance, but they're just not like the kind of game where I'm like, ooh, Halo, You have a ton of free time. You go to tech school for your new job, so you're trying to play as much as you can. Well, then I think that'd be a good time for to try out Game Pass again. Because yeah, even just Avowed would be enough to keep you busy for a little while, but there's definitely a lot of good games on Game Pass. If I don't know, eventually I might always be on again, off again with Game Pass. And honestly, like a lot of times there are games that I just would rather own. Like they have Diablo 4 on Game Pass. And I'd been considering, if Diablo 4 was on sale elsewhere, of getting it. I did a little trial and I thought it was kind of cool. But the way progression works in a game like Diablo 4, I wouldn't want it to be on some service that I have to be subscribed to play Diablo 4. No, maybe Starfield. Okay. Yeah, they've got basically like Bethesda's whole catalog in there, don't they? So yeah, that'd be. And I like Starfield. I don't know about modding games though when they're on Game Pass. I'm not sure how that works. I've never tried it. Alright, guys. Oh my god, I'm up to 21 people. You guys, you're killing me. Everyone's showing up when I'm trying to end my stream. It's like a silent conspiracy of people that want to make me stay up late. Does it download to PC or stream? No, you play it. You install it on your PC, right? Are we talking about the same thing? Game Pass games? You download it. I mean, it could be just like you have as much access as you would if it was on Steam. It's just you stop having access if you're not subscribed anymore. I just feel like that kind of conditional, you have it but you don't have it, makes me like think, oh, is it going to be wonky when you try to mod it? Because if you install it, modding should be fine. I've literally never looked into it because I never really played anything on it that would benefit. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. There's probably games that would, but there are not a lot of games I don't think about modding. There are only a handful of games that, really develop a robust modding community that make me go, oh, I should check out the mods for this game. Which this game could possibly end up being that kind of game. I don't know. I don't know what kind of mod support they have. I know Bethesda has a super robust modding community because Bethesda actually publishes the tools for the modders, like developers tools for modders to use. So like that paves the way for just a shit ton of like mods for Bethesda games. And modding The Sims, yeah, definitely. The Sims has a massive modding community. They've for like going back to Sims 2. I remember first doing modding. I don't remember it. The first Sims I played probably before I even knew what mods were. I don't know if modding was really a thing when Sims 1 came out, but starting with Sims 2, like I did a ton of mods. My wife also liked The Sims. Yeah, I got her into Sims 2. I think she played Sims 2. Sims 3 we played a ton of. I'm trying to remember if by the time Sims 4 came out, I think she played some Sims 4 as well. Your friend says she has Sims 1 mods? Huh. I just wondering, I played Sims 1 in like 1998 or whenever it was that was like a new game. So that's where I'm thinking, I don't know if modding was really a thing back when I played it, but certainly it's possible later when modding became a thing, people modded it. But either when I did play it, either modding was not a thing, or the modding came after I was done playing it. Because it's one of those games, like after Sims 2 came out, I never felt the need to go back and play Sims 1. Sims 2 was such a leap forward that, yeah, it was like, oh no, I'm not going back to Sims 1. And I thought Sims 3 was a real strong leap forward until it got a little bit unstable with all of their, it was a little too open world, and I think that made it have a tendency to break sometimes. And I had it break one too many times. Which is, I was disappointed when Sims 4 came out and it was a little more compartmentalized. There's some more loading screens. It's not just one big seamless town you can walk through all in real time, like Sims 3 was. But I think that was because they had stability issues with trying to have everything simulated in one open space at the same time. But yeah, I think Sims 3, when it worked, was probably my favorite. Yeah, I agree. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna kill this thing. I gotta go to bed. I gotta do serious work in the morning. Serious, soul-crushing, stressful, anxiety-inducing despair, and that's not that bad. Okay, it's just tough. Yeah, and it's Friday, for God's sake. I'll get through it. Okay. Here, you know what happens next. Dim the old lights. And, right, I just gotta say it. Evie, settle down. All right? You get a little crazy over there. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting... Go to sleep, Evie. So heavy. Go to sleep now. Evie 23, just to die. And probably maybe Brad somewhere in there. I don't know. I'll be waiting for you in your dreams, Jeff. Think Jeff's still there? Where'd everyone go? Nick? Good night, Nick. I don't know if Nick's there. And Joss is here, but no Nick? What's the world coming to? I'm glad to have you back for a little while, Joss. All right. I was going to end the stream, wasn't I?